People of the earth, welcome to the stream. Hello, everybody. I don't know. I felt dramatic today, I guess. I don't know. Here we go. Hello. Hi. I am Pixel. This is stuff that we have been doing on the stream so far, and we're gonna continue doing. Uh, More or less finished. Yeah. I think we could add something more to it if we wanted to. Uh, of course, we have the big orca thing. Yeah, it's a drama. Oh yeah, it's auto-focusing and auto-fixing and things. Excuse me. I'm gonna fix that so everything looks a little bit better. Here we go. Clickety clickety clocks. So the focus should be like down here. So if I left go up here, it's gonna be blurry, but that's okay. I'll just keep it down here. We made an orky thing that's I think it needs more. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure about it. I like the skull and everything, but I don't know. Might be better when we get some paint on it. And then we have the one that was supposed to be simple, with a simple sort of cottage feel wall on the back here and everything. And then I decided to not use this cobbled pattern. I decided to put on some small cobblestones. I sort of regret it because I kind of wanted this done, but I also love when you do this because it looks really great. So, that's, yeah, you know, let's start off slowly. And we'll also figure out what else we can do with the wasteland one. I had an idea actually. Let's actually start with that because I have some decor stuff that was super cheap. I can just like put down in the background, and then we get some paint and washes on it so it kind of matches in. It's not gonna, yeah, do super much, but I think it will be nice. But we'll think about that for a while. We're gonna start with the most exciting part of the day. We're gonna grab some pre-cut tiny little cobblestone thingies and we're gonna cobble. Cobble, cobble, cobble. And for that I am going to need a plate to spread my glue on, and I'm gonna need something to spread glue with. And then we're off to an super duper exciting start of today. The last of April. It's soon May 2022. It's slightly surreal actually. Actually, I don't. I could just put the glue directly on there, I guess, and spread it. Well, yeah, we'll do that instead. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, you can see where's the shiny part here. That's how much glue I put on. This is how much cobble I got on before the glue had set too much, because we're using quick glue. Could use a slower curing glue, but also this strip. I think that'll be about enough what we want to do with this, at least at the start, because I mean we could spend 4 hours doing this easily, and I don't know if we'll actually be finished. I need to unclog this again. Let's stretch my arm in front of the camera. Let's take a little needle and try and poke out any sort of glue that's in the way. Oh, no really dry glue there, it seems anyway. Here we go. Oh, or so I thought. There's some little bit in there anyway. Oh, that's annoying. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a bit of dried glue probably stuck inside here before that I didn't notice. Let's make sure there's no other semi-dried bits of glue in the way. Last of April. I don't know how the rest of the world does this, but in Sweden, this is a thing. Yep. We light huge bonfires, usually of old like crap. Nothing like poisonous crap and stuff, but like old trees or shrubberies and stuff that has been taken down and stuff. Big fires, big celebration. A lot of people gonna get very drunk today, and I just went out to the workshop instead to chill out and hang out with you guys. Yeah, it's a public service stream. Anybody who needs to take medications at 2 o'clock, this is for you. Where is the stop? Is the stop in this? Nope, it's in the actual quirky thing. Okay, we can also do that because we don't want to wait too long. I mean, it's not a super glue, but it does. Valpurgisnacht just sounds like a horrible time. I'm guessing it's sort of the similar thingy, but it's I don't know, something about it sounded ominous. I'm gonna spread this glue out. I get into the little corners, and then we will do the toothpick thingy mojingy. We'll need some water for this actually. For those who wasn't here when we started this project. Uh, whoa! Oh, sorry. I put my foot on the table for the camera. Well, the computer and the camera. My little streaming thingy. All right. We'll pour some of this out. So this would be horrible to sit and do this. I mean, you can do this. That's fine. You can do that if you want to. What I do is I dip a toothpick in water. So there's a little bit of water. Yeah, you can actually see even if it's blurry, it's a water drop there. We don't need a whole water drop, but there's water on this. There's water on this now. And the surface tension, because this is such a light material, will actually allow me to just pick it up like that. And then we can sort of slide it in place. And this is what we're going to do for the first part of the stream now. We're going to talk and we're going to put on tiny little cobbly stone thingies. And for those who wonder, this is not a material you can, well, I haven't found it anywhere. This is not something that you pre-buy. This is something I cut out myself, which we did first time. Oh, that's a big stone. Let's remove that one. But yeah, traditionally around this time of year is where you would like celebrate. Hey, springtime is really here. Summer is about to begin. Things are growing again. Life is better. Nights are getting shorter. It's getting light out. Yay, summertime. Let's do all our farming stuff. Let's celebrate. Whoa. And so on. It's a bit thin glue, maybe, in some places. But let's. And the reason why I like doing this is because the result is amazing. Because when you don't even have to dry brush this or anything. You can just gently sponge paint on this, and it will look pretty good because of the different height of the little. Uh, well, I'm gonna call them stones or like cobbles. I don't know. These stones, uh, this material. Uh, if you don't press your sponge on too hard, it of course will not leave as much color in the deeper areas. It will all be apparent in a few weeks when we start painting this. I don't really like. There's so many weird shapes in here. Let's freshen up. So what's Walpurgisnacht? Is it basically the same thing? It's like bonfires and older sort of older traditions, or they do we do any do people do anything special there? Do we know? Do you know? Does anybody know? So this is where Das should be here, because he could explain this to us perfectly, I think, since he's German. And if you are wondering what I'm doing and stuff, feel free to ask, of course. If you have been working on something and have a cool picture or of your art or your creations of some kind, feel free to link your Instagrams or whatever. Don't break terms of service, because then there will be sadness. Yeah, I'm really just hyper focusing right now. To your knowledge, is very much the same. Oh, sounds logical. Cheers. Oh, sometimes you just want super strong coffee, and sometimes you just want that weird sweetness you only get from instant cappuccinos. That's just how life is. So, anybody else hanging around that doesn't? Is this a special date for anybody else? Does it happen anything in your region where you're from? Feel free to share if you want to. Oh, it's already. Yeah, this needs to be thicker. Laid on this glue because it's already starting to like. It's slightly wet and tacky, but it's very very sticky. Okay. Okay. Good generous layer of glue. So it takes a little bit longer. Well, actually, there's really no point. I should probably use just a normal PVA glue for this because there's no real point in using this glue. Because it's not like, oh, I want this to be done now so I can paint it right now. Because I'm not gonna be done with it anyway today. I'm not gonna sit here for 4 hours and putting on tiny little cobbles. That's just gonna be very boring for like me and everybody. We might get back to this one during the stream. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, there's a little bit of a, yeah, there's some bigger. Okay, we have to improvise a bit. Let's take one of our biggest rocks or stones or whatever. Here we go. Yeah, so doing this, and I mean, doing small cobblestones like this is, I mean, you can just like do big flagstones and stuff and get sort of a similar effect as well. Oh, maybe that's what we need here as well. Maybe we need like a flat stone thing here and a log like here. Yeah, I think so. Getting some ideas for that. Uh, that's good. Because once I am just way too tired of doing this. I think this, yeah, we're gonna just pour out all of it and just pick out the good, really good ones because some of them are really, really small, like way too small. Hello, Ratsa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. On this last of April, we were just talking about countries, well, actually, two countries so far about celebrating this day. And we're starting off the stream with the most tedious and slightly boring work, but keep cobbling a little bit every stream. This is, well, you know what? If I don't know if I'll have time for it, but if I have time for it this coming week, I think I might just sit down, cut out 1,000 small cobbles, and guess what you're printing? Uh, the gun, made the new parts and stuff, and everything works out. You know, that's all I ever we ever talked about you printing. So I'm guessing either that it is, or I'm have to make a really. I don't know how good that would do well with printed though. I mean, if you get real, well, I guess your infill could be thick and your wall thickness, because they're kind of like, ah, silly iPad effing up the emotes. But you know, not with this material, exactly. Oh no, I would never. I mean, we're getting to the part in our technological society, especially with like iPhones, which are very good for 3D scanning things. I'll just I'll just leave the subject now because if you don't know where I'm going, yeah, yeah, it's boring. Some holders for your oh, that's well boring. I don't know if that is. I would call it boring. I mean, it's maybe not super exciting, but I like practical stuff. I like to print practical stuff, so I can totally go with understand with that. We have some Oculus Quest 2 at work. I've been playing around with them, and it's yeah, it's like mixture between Star Trek and John and Mnemonic. It's just absolutely crazy. It is absolutely insanely cool. So holding have some. Oh, yeah, that's we just bought one for work like a few days ago. So 4,200 Swedish crowns for a Quest 2, and now I have to fix them and set them up and such. We're gonna get ourselves an app for kiosk mode so we can lock out anything but one app so we can just yeah. It's still cool. I haven't tried any of the old ones with cables and stuff, so I have no idea how that looks in comparison. but the Quest 2 is so silly cool. It's just cool. I can't describe it in any other way. Too bad if you're not a Facebook user though, since you have to log into your freaking have have an account to log into your own machines like a computer or anything. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only issue with the cable things, I guess. You have to make sure you have things, you have space and stuff. Because I mean, the Quest 2 is it's just a computer you wear on your head. It's just silly. Then again, a phone is just a computer in your pocket anyway, so it's just more or less the same thing anyway. But all the sensor technology and stuff that goes into it. Ah, okay. So yeah, yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah. Now, and how it works with like it sees reads your hands and your hand motions. You can use your hands to control things. It's such a fun toy. I don't know what I would like use it for myself and play on it actually, because I don't think I have anything that would like benefit immensely from it. But it's still very cool. But definitely low on my list of things that I would want to have. Because there's so many more other cool things that I want, like resin printers and stuff, before I get any. Because that is definitely for me that would definitely be a toy. It's a toy. Yeah, yeah, but the Quest 2, you don't even need gloves. It just reads your hands with the cameras. And I don't, do you have does your have the like boundary that you have like around you? So the virtual world is only shown in the boundary. If you step out of the boundary, it shows you like the world around you through cameras. It's yeah, it's yeah, and if you walk out of this boundary, does it like show the world around you, or what happens, or does it just warn you? Because I have no idea how that looks, so I'm very curious as the difference. Oh yeah, it reads your it like when you move your feet. I don't know. It's just we're living in the future, man. We're living in the future. It literally feels like if you have seen John and Mnemonic when he's like moving things around, except that the graphics is better. Okay, it stops tracking. Yeah. Now this has camera, so it shows it's a very grainy black and white sort of thing that you see because it has to digitalize it and show you like through the 3D world, basically. Well, he might also not have turned it on and realize it could not be that it could be done because you have to go into the settings and turn on hand tracking. So you really don't. I mean, it's super annoying because you have to like close your hand to click on things. And when I do this, my fingers don't really meet in the middle much. You move your whole hand, so it's a bit of a workout. But it's really cool to be able to grab things and move them. Yeah, and I only have access. We have so my work is I work in a say well I work in a silver mine that it's a closed down silver mine, so it's tourism. We have a 3D 3D uh, movie. Well, it's actually not made. It's a movie filmed with 3D cameras going into one of the shafts of the mine. So basically, you could feel like it, how it feels to be lowered into a mine, like back in the old days. And that's that and some videos of people diving on in the underwater parts of the mine is what's going to be what they're going to be used for. And then we have one. It's not a quest 2. I wonder if it's just a quest. I don't know what it's called actually. Might be a rift or something as well. Ooh, Freedom from Mars. Hey, hi, welcome in. Hey, friend. We're laying, yeah, we're doing tiny little cobbles for a little bit longer. We're not gonna finish this whole piece today. This is the third stream. No, this is the second stream we're doing this actually. So we're putting down some cobbles, one or more, two more rows, and then we're gonna, move on to some funky little things, other things, maybe doing some more orky things. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You can buy a Quest 2, or you can buy an okay resin printer. That's your choices. I know what I would choose. I would not choose the Quest. I will not accept that Quest. Da, da, da. So yeah, we're doing backdrops to take pictures of minis. I wanted to do like a generic fantasy one with some sort of a cottage style wall, and I made some stone patterns, and I really did not like how it looked. So I decided to do cobblestone instead, and I am slightly regretting it, but not at all. Yeah, the one I brought home was a Quest, the Quest 2 actually, uh, that I had home at home to figure out how it was working. Now, so but the point with this are is like you paint miniatures and then you like take pictures of them, and either it's like a monocolored background and it looks boring. Well, it was the second quest. So yeah, this is tedious. If you do exclamation mark Instagram and you look like 3, 4 posts ago, you can see the gaming table that I made years ago, and I'm very happy to say that I sold that one to a friend who used it uh, last Friday, not yesterday, but the week before, for a gaming night. Feels good. Yeah, you don't need more than 128, I think. Well, unless you want all the games in the world on it, but if you use Steam games, you can just uninstall and reinstall depending on what you want to play. Okay, I need to cut out, these are too small now, just small ones left. Let's leave that one. Let's gather our cobble and do something more interesting for a while. You are playing Stardew. Okay, yeah. All right. Let's put the cobblings away. Oh, let's stretch a bit. Bend up the camera. A little bit too much. Oh yeah. The wasteland, the things. So I'm thinking, yeah, as I said, I'm thinking like a little piece of a something like that. We'll paint this up so it doesn't look like normal wood in a painted scene. Let's grab a miniature of some kind. What shall we grab? Oh, we have a very white primered orc boy standing around. Uh, well, yeah, no, I don't think so. I think you will be, so and we're gonna put some, because to be honest, you're gonna see, I mean, you're not gonna see everything in the background, and it's also hopefully gonna be very blurry. I don't think we need more on this. I think we're just gonna maybe fix up the paint on the bricks. I don't think that either. I think this is actually done. I'm just not feeling the orc one right now, so that's probably why I'm trying to figure out if I can do more. Okay, so this one, we'll call this done. I'll take some pictures of it and post stuff on it later. Uh, and this one is a lot bigger, as you might see. Let's see if I can get you up a bit. Here we go. It's quite a lot bigger, especially compared to the Wasteland one, so the Waste Post app, whatever we want to call it. One. And that's because I am building this for myself actually, because I am gonna use it to take pictures of some orc stuff, including my dreadnoughts. So I needed it to be, you know, big enough. And you can frame it like that, and you take a good picture for your social media or whatever. Roar. So the question is if this just needs painting now, or do we need? I I tend to not want to have too many things on the backdrop because this is where the focus should be, but it's also going to be out of focus. So I don't think it's too much of a problem. Yeah, you can brag. Oh, nice. That is very good. Good job. That's a good brag. Yeah, so we have some rivets and stuff punched into this. Yeah, that's the problem. I actually level my printer very seldom. When I remove my glass pad to clean it, like after 10 prints or something, depending on what I'm printing, that's when I usually have to level a little bit. Okay. Do you want to just go to painting on this one? I don't know. Do we want to make another one? Do we want to make another one? Is that so? Maybe it is so. Because the thing is, what I think about this is that it's flat and boring. I would have liked, yeah, I would have, yeah, I don't know. It's not bad, but it's not everything that I wanted. It's too flat and too even for being an orky thing. Well, we'll think about that. We have quite a lot of thinly cut material to work with, though, because some of them are really like thick, and the more I build them, the thinner I make the walls and everything, because it doesn't need to be that chunky. I mean, this is like super thin in some of the corners, but when you take a picture and you don't see the whole thing, it doesn't really matter. It might be a bit of an issue getting this to hold on to that. But let's square this off a bit. Uh, and while I'm doing the cutting and the things, feel free to come up with a suggestion. What's the theme? Are we doing some cyberpunky, sci-fi things? Are we doing something that's not so dirty? Are we, I don't know. What would you viewers like to see? if you have any preferences. If you don't have any, don't want to say anything, that's fine. I'm not here to force you to come up with ideas for me. Clean space marine stuff. I have a couple of space marines, a pretty forest. I think we need something a bit deeper than this because we want like a lot of tree, but yeah. Do you have any sketches of something castle maybe for me? Studio and two. Or don't you have do you not have had any good ideas for that yet? Jesus, words, them are hards. This is not very square either. Okay, well, do some cutting and cutting and cutting. Yeah, so what is a good sci-fi bag? That's almost straight, actually. It does. It just looks better if everything is a bit straight. Since you're not gonna see the edges when you take pictures, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You ordered a 3D pen. Those are fun. Oh, I should have brought some filament out here. I forgot about that. Because 3D pens run on like normal filament, depending on what pen it is, I guess. But I have one because it's really good. You forgot about for 4.3 seconds. That's pretty long, actually. That's good. Good keeping it in your head that long. I don't know. So we'll glue this to there. Okay, we should have an idea before we start putting, because it might be easier to do stuff on it before we put it all together. Yeah, stronger if you need to level often beds your bed often, stronger springs are really good because it will keep it taut very much longer. I just got so lucky with my Ender 3 when I bought it. It's just the only thing that's been troubling at some point is the clogged nozzles, and you just change the nozzle. They don't cost that much. I don't even bother trying to clean anything. I just change the nozzle and keep on printing. The only problem with it was actually one of the screws with where the springs are to in one of the corners. The actual screw wasn't gripping, so to speak. So when you tried to adjust it, it actually turned the whole screw. Was a very easy fix, and yeah, that's the only thing that's ever been an issue. I also don't use the original print mat. I use a glass bed instead, and that works super duper. Okay, something sci-fi and clean. But what would I take pictures of with that? I mean, I could put it on the Etsy store, I guess. That's where most of these that are not for my personal use are gonna go anyway. So, okay, let's start putting this together. Let's get some glue and glue these together, and we can do some maybe some sketching and thinking about the whole process. Oh, no, no. Go. we're gonna. This is a very. Oh, oh, that was easy. And then we're just gonna, and then everything falls apart. We're just gonna make sure this is stuck together properly with some toothpicks. It's a little bit thinner, so we're gonna have to be a bit oh, careful. I could actually feel that breaking. Oh, maybe these are a bit too thin for this. Ah, that seems to work. Here we go. Usually I want to skewer these in like sideways to keep it in place, but yeah, you see how bent this is? Yeah, I think we need at least one of them to be a bit thicker. Hallway or for enterprise operations battery. Yeah, if you do some like Star Trek-y minis, I guess. So that's the thing. I was thinking like Death Star sort of vibe thingy because, Star Wars Legions. I'm guessing somebody wants to have a cool backdrop to paint their minis on there. Hallway from a Borg cube. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna fix the camera so you can actually see me, and then I'm gonna look at you like this with a look that says, "You're crazy. That's a good idea, but holy moly, that's a lot of detail." I mean, it's gonna be blurred in the background, so you don't have to be too thorough, I guess. Oh God, I'm so violent when I remove things from my glass plate. I just literally, uh, there we go. Take something like this, put it on the glass, and go like smack, and it comes off. I'm very not careful with that stuff. Sometimes I use it when the bed is still on the printer and it still prints afterwards without leveling. Yep, print done. Time for violence. Yeah. Ooh, I'm starting to like the yeah. Okay, so now we're going into Borg. Now we're kind of going into some sort of cyberpunky anyway, but I like it. A lot of like weird pipes and stuff. If we don't mix up too much colors in it. Yes, but I understand. Print time for violence. That's how you get your prints off. Whoa. Yeah. I don't know what kind of glass I have. I just went down to the nearest place that does like glass windows and stuff and said, "Hi, I have a printer. I need something that's about this thick glass. It needs to withstand beatings and high temperatures." And they just basically cut them out to size for me, and I paid next to nothing for them. After a couple of thinner sheets of that foam. Okay. How many big what yes. What? Could one ask a couple of thinner sheets of foam, like how big many things? Those are words, right? Yeah, those are words. They probably have some kind of meaning. I need to get some slightly thicker and bigger thingamajigabobs. So I'll need to move my coffee. And we can remove the painting paper because we're not painting right now. I'll bring down the hot wire cutter and we'll cut some pieces. Let's cut some pieces. I used to be careful when I knocked things off the bed, and then I just like, whatever, chunk, chunk, chunk. As I said, sometimes even when, oh, that's a very weird. Here we go. That's better. Like when it's still on the printer. I'm not a careful person. Hmm, that's a bit far away. But hey, look, we have some extra cables here. Let's pull up more cables. You'll be watching. Oh my God. Somebody's watching. I thought nobody was watching. Oh my God. I also need to finish making a better holder, like one of these that goes across the whole thing, because that's the whole point. Uh, about that thick or something like that, right? Yeah. Then again, as soon as I'm able to, I'm also gonna. That's another thing on the wish list. That's the Proxon foam cutter. I don't have to use this so much. Uh, get some professional stuff for that as well. Let's see, where is the material? Where is the material? Material is here. I found it. I need to cut this down a little bit first on the bandsaw. So let's go silent microphone, because I don't think you want to hear the bandsaw. It's over there. You're not going to see anything anyway. So I made a much smaller bit now. Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, let's. Here we go. That's where we're gonna be right now. Just turning this on. Maybe if I turn on the actual power as well, that will work. Oh, that's a little bit wonky. Here we go. Maybe I should turn up the power on this one a little bit anyway. Still a little bit too cool. Now, where did you put your sensors? Yeah, well, that's a good question. I hope you find a good answer for it. Du- 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 du. So why didn't I do this on the bandsaw while I was over there? The question to that is very, very simple. The bandsaw isn't big enough to take this height. You can do like 9.5 centimeters, and I think that is too small for these backdrops. Oh god, now we're freehanding it. We're gonna sand the bottom of this anyway. So if it's not super even, doesn't really matter. We'll sand it down. Boink. Go. Nice, cool, wavy pattern. Let's unplug this so we can remove the cable. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they be on the kitchen table? Makes perfect sense. Oh my god, chatception, you can see yourselves. I'm gonna hide you now. Alright. And these edges from the bandsaw, however, isn't very nice, so let's do something about that. Static foam stuff. Should spend money on my Quest 2 or extension cables. Well, you know, whatever works for you, my friend. So, like, how much is that? That's like, well, 20 centimeters sounds fair enough. I mean, if you get super, super duper, 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 duper fancy extension cables, they might cost a lot of money, and then you might just as well buy a Quest 2. Who knows? Because that's going to be way more stable and keep straight. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. That'll work fine. My eternal issue, this or that. I am pretty sure I'm going to put it like this. It's not super straight there. Maybe we need to straighten that out a bit. Because that means I get more depth than if I do this. And I like the depth. The whole point is that it's going to have some depth to it. That's a very... Hey, are you straighter this way? The Quest 2 will be better because there's no stupid cables in the way. That is for sure. Okay. Or should I just stop making backdrops and should just make another dice tower maybe? I don't know. Oh, we were also painting a dice tower. We did that last time. I forgot about that. We started painting the dice tower that was standing around somewhere here. I am pretty sure we have it around here. So, oh, here we go. It's in the back. We put on some gray on this one. To try and turn it into something looking a little bit more like this one. Oh, raided by Sankoi Cosplay. Hey, welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Oh, there might be stuck on some kind of a screen. Be prepared. Oh, here we go. Hey, Purple Tea. Hi, Ray. We are raided. Oh, no, they're unleashing the bobbins. Okay. Everybody duck, I guess. I don't know. Um, huh? Yep, we have been raided. We submit. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the raid. The bobbins are being unleashed all over the place. All the bobbins. And we're not even sewing anything. But you know, you can never have too many bobbins with thread on. Welcome. in. Hi, I'm Pixel. I build things. Sometimes I do cosplay things. Today we're doing terrain things. We are. Do I have it? Where did I put everything? Oh, it was. Oh, we're making tiny little. Here we go. Tiny little backdrop for miniature painting, picture taking thingies right now. Oh, and then you put your little minis on there, and then you take a picture, and you have a cool looking background instead of like, your desk. So that's what we're doing today. I put it back in the wrong place. Well, you can see above me up there, there's like a lot of pictures spinning around. That's also things that have been done on the stream. Not all of them, but most of them. Things that I make, like that mask that's there right now. So, what were you working on? How was your stream? Did you create awesomeness? Of course you did. What awesomeness did you create? Yeah, this is pretty fun. And it's very cheap material because it's just building insulation, XPS foam. So we're just starting out. We're trying to figure out the theme for this one. I think we're into sci-fi, cyberpunk, maybe something Borg. I don't know. We have had a lot of examples. You're making sure your daughters, well, you know, school can be very, very important. You can learn things. I have heard that learning things are good. I know why this is looking so weird, because I sanded down the edge too much when I sanded it down. I think we're just gonna make a straight edge by making a little cut. Some sleeves for a Viperian D&D monk cosp. Ooh, that sounds fantastic. Hey, guys, you like... Oh, I have to remember fixing the camera all the time. If you like cosplay things, you should, well, you should go follow Sunkoi anyway. Hey, do we have a mod here? Is Antea here? Can we have a shout out? Or did you go away and doing things? She might have been gone and doing things, and then I can do the shout outs. Because that didn't happen. Let's just see if this works. That's not the right piece. This is the right piece. It's not perfect, but it's way better than it was, depending on what we're doing, I guess. And this is also not very straight. See, that's the easier part with putting it on top like that, though I don't really like that. Let's do this then. Oh, yeah, I understand. Here we go. I can absolutely 100% fix that myself. Here we go. Go and have a look. Look at all the cool bobbins and arms and monk cosplays and all the other things. So I don't think I cut that very straight though, because this back wall is now leaning. Yeah, I hear that it can be quite an adventure to do that actually. Yeah, I can see this is not at all. Have to see if I can get a very straight cut. Yeah, because this piece is no. It's not perfect, but it's 100% much better. And depending on what we're gonna do. Okay, so yeah, that is absolutely cool. Uh, Depending on how custom it is, there are some of those websites like Hero Forge where you can make your own little 3D models for printing and stuff. But yeah, making tiny little cool backdrop. We're working on a sort of generic fantasy with a cottage style wall thingy and with a lot of tiny cobblestones, uh, for example. So you can do a lot of stuff like that. Oh, oh God, it's more. I just my brain only goes to making like the tiniest things now. I'm like, oh, we could do like a Victorian thingy, like steampunky Victorian thing, and just do like brickwork. Yeah, so many tiny cobbles. Indeed. We've been doing this for two streams now, so this first part and then we did the second part today because this takes time and it's actually not super fun to do. Uh, it's it looks awesome when it's done and when you're painting it. Let's show something in a bigger scale, but with the same sort of method. Um, when you do stonework, like individually cut out stones, and when you paint it, it just makes it pop so good when the stonework is uneven. And I'm not talking about wonky that way. I'm talking about this way. So you have depth. If you, I don't know if you can actually, yeah, you can see like the edges of some stones. They're protruding a bit more. So yeah, a few tiny stones, not as tiny as the cobblestone. So this is a little bit easier. I should, you know what I should do? I should make a fantasy themed dice tower. Because I only have the industrial sci-fi versions. I should make. Should I make? Is this what I should make? Should I make this now? Is this what I'm making now? It's a little bit one of those days. Can't really focus on doing just one thing. It doesn't take as many big stones, so it's kind of cool. All the dice towers all the time. Okay, that settles it. We're doing dice tower. We're changing the build, and then we want it like that. Because we have a lot of these things for the internal structures. Generic fantasy dice tower thingy. Yes. I could actually split this down the middle because it doesn't need to be thicker than that. All right, back to the hot wire cutter, I guess. I mean, I made a dice tower out of EVA foam because it's super nice because it doesn't make any noise. It really doesn't make any noise when you use it, like dice towers can, which can be super annoying, at least for me. Let's get all the electricity. Oh yeah, I wanted to turn this up. Uh, a little bit hotter. Let's see how it cuts now. And I'm talking about the hot wire cutter that's over there. That is now smoking from all the residue plastic. Okay, that's a lot quicker. Let's try it. Oh yeah, I need to adjust this maybe. Yep, EVA dice tower for stealth rolls. My current D&D character doesn't do stealth very well, so he probably would have like made out of very thin sheet metal with like metal dice or something, because he does not sneak. Now that was a much better temperature for sure. And if the surface is a bit rough and uneven on some places on this, it doesn't really matter. Oh, doesn't really matter because we're gonna cover this in stones. Oh, did I wonk that up? No, I just held it. Well, that might be a bit too thin. No, I don't think so. It will hold. Bing! It is. Yeah, it's a little bit. Oh yeah, I know. These aren't really evenly cut, so they were probably leaning. I think we can make it work. Lurky lurks. Thank you. And thank you for the lurks. No, this is a good steer. This is not derailing. This is perfect. We were actually not very focused, so it's a great plan. And if you want to see the results, it's going to be on my Instagram at some point. Let's cut this down to size. And I understand. Usually when you're done streaming, you don't want to hang around too much. The whole rating thing is a bit interesting in that sense. Oh, you know what? We could do like a little balcony high up on the tower where like you pour your dice in. Don't ever throw things away. Save them in the pile of things. We have 4 walls. We need a bottom piece as well because we need like a sort of a courtyard where the dice are gonna fall out, of course. And one of these, yeah, it's not gonna be a square tower now, but that doesn't really matter, does it? It's a little bit, is it big? Well, I guess depends on your size of dice, but I think it's a bit too big. I think we're gonna cut it down once more. Happy tower crafting indeed. So my idea was, let's not do the cobbled for the whole stream because it's just going to be me putting on tiny little rocks and then I'm doing a stone tower. Well, they're not tiny little rocks in the same sense, I guess. So, you know. But yeah, dice towers are always good. I still need to put up the dice tower uh, that I have, the D6 tower, as it is called. I have to put that up on my Etsy. Yeah, that's good. So here's how I construct a dice tower. We have 4 walls. We're going to have a bottom floor, mm, for which we're going to use this, which we're going to cut out afterwards. We're going to do the flat sides inwards in this case. It will give some wonkiness to the tower, which is a thing that I like. And we're going to glue 3 of these walls together. And since we're going to cover this with like stones or stonework, like cut out pieces for that, we don't have to worry about the surface being smooth, if there's any gaps or anything like that. Here we go. I'll just squish it out on there. Take a little spatula thingy. So that's the reason why I want to use the smooth sides inwards, at least on two of them, is because I want this edge to get glued on properly here, like so. And then we're just gonna put some of these toothpicks in place just to hold it together. Not only while it sort of the glue is drying, but just to keep it together in general, just some stability to the structures. And I am jabbing them in at an angle because they will lock it all in place if you do. There we go. I want to get back to doing some cosplay streaming as well, or prop stream, well, EVA foam streaming. Question is if I should do that like on the same day, just like every other week I'll like randomly do whatever I want, or I don't know. I mean, I have some mixed feelings about mixing it up. Oh, these are not flat on either side. All right, can work with this. Okay, so this is going to be the front side. That this is where the dice is going to come out, so we don't want this all the way down. So we're going to hold off on this a little bit because we want to cut this. Actually, yeah, we want to hold off on that right now. We want to do the interior floors. So we'll simply measure out, because what the dice tower does, it is sort of scrambles your dice as they are rolling through the tower. And we're going to do that by putting floors. So it's going to be standing like this. There's going to be a floor that way, a floor that way, and a floor that way. And so it's going to roll back and forth through the building and hopefully scramble the dice and get you some good, nice rollings. This is going to go there. Yeah, so it's not going to protrude out. Okay, yes, the wall is going to go on there. Yeah. Oh, you know what? We can do this square, actually. We could square this off. If we put this one here and then one, then we're going to have it more square. Sort of like it. That only means that, well, this wall actually is not going to be, it's not going to change anything. It's not going to change anything. Not for this floor bit. There are a few things you need to think about when you're making dice towers. The bottom floor has to go up to the edge so it doesn't stop there, because that means the dice can stop inside the tower and it's making it hard to see. And this is supposed to make your life easier, right? So don't complicate it too much. And then we will cut at a about 45-degree angle at the back, because this is gonna go. Oh, I cut the wrong side. Not that it really matters for the structure or anything, but this is the one that needs to be cut 45 degrees. Also, when you're building dice towers or whatever you're building, you should do what? You should measure twice and cut once, right? Yeah, that's not what I did right now. So we're going to glue this in place like that. Oh, how am I going to glue that in place? It doesn't have anything to. I think I might have to redo this one. Yeah. Well, we have plenty of materials that we have cut up. Let's cut out a new one and pretend that this never happened. Okay? Everybody agree? This didn't happen. And then when we get bored with this, we can go back to cobbles, we can go back to the backdrops. It's good to have a few alternatives. Okay, so it's the short sides. Well, measure twice, still get measure 17 times, and you don't understand what's wrong until you realize, hey, wait, this ruler is in inches, and I'm trying to do this in centimeters. Oops. No, normal stuff. And I think I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna put it like that, and then I'm gonna cut it flush. So, like that. Just like that. Measure never and love your glue gun. Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. That's fine. That, of course, you can do. And then we're going to do this, and we're going to sort of cut it open from here so the dice can actually come out of the tower. Otherwise, it's going to be get really weird really quickly. Yes. We're going to see if we can't put some of those lovely little toothpicks in here. Toothpick one. Making sure it's flush. Okay, and that didn't get stuck very well then. I guess we might want to put in the floors with some toothpicks as well. They're kind of thin though. I'm not sure that's going to work out really well. And then we'll snip these off. Make sure you hold on to these, because if you don't, they're going to go ka-pew, and you might poke somebody's eyes out, including your own. Yeah, we'll just have to let them set with the glue. And you can see it, this is tall, so the wall is going to go from here to there, and therefore we are creating a square shape. And then we're going to have one here, but that of course is not going to go all the way. It has, oh, that's the wrong one, so to speak. That's the wall. Let's not cut pieces out of that, because this can't be, it has to have an opening here, so it has to be like, like, I don't know, there, sort of. That's not measuring enough for you. Just go like, there. Is that how you do it? Don't have a glue gun loaded up yet. Because the dice need to be able to fall down here. So depending on what size of dice you like to use and such. But this is the one that is cut at a weird angle. So let's just cut a new one. Yeah, and then this time it's gonna be that low, of course. This time we're gonna get this side. Look, I put it in there twice, so I kind of measured it or fitted it twice before I did anything. And then we'll put another wall like here, and then we'll have a whole, yeah, I think we might build this tower taller. I don't really like super tall dice towers, because I want them to be practical as well. Oh, you forgot about lunch? Well, then you should really be right back. Go lunch. Go forth, have lunch. Sustenance yourself. To thine own food be true, or something. And then, of course, later on, this will cover. Oh, if I do it like this, we're gonna have to put a little piece here. Well, lucky we're gonna cover this whole thing in stones, because that would have been embarrassing. Yeah, if you do it, yeah. Because usually, if you build, if you have four equal sized things and you do sort of this, it becomes a rectangular shape. But if you go and do like this, you get more of a square shape. Of course, when you cut this off, you need to leave a little peg going down there if you're going to do it like this. Unless, of course, you're going to cover it all with stonework, because then it doesn't really matter, because then you can just glue in pieces afterwards. So thank God for that, because that would have been annoying otherwise. Okay, we need to put one in from this side. I'm a bit hesitant to use this because of the cut edge, but we'll use it anyway. Why not? Live wild, be free. Or four pillars to form the edges. That is also a very good point. But then you would have to cut out 8 pieces. But yeah, if you want it totally square, that's definitely a good way to do it as well. And then you can see how the dice would roll down. And then we'll put some floor here and we'll leave it open here, and we might do a little bit like a little this and this, make this as a balcony so it looks cool like that. But then we should put something like this anyway, a little bit, not as much but a little bit. Let's make a little mark so we know where to cut. And we will put this, okay, needs to have a little bit bigger of an opening. Actually, if we do a balcony style thingy there. Oh, that's what we can do, like, yeah. So we do like a tower. Imagine if you cut, the tower is this tall and you cut it off and you like Just jank it to the side so it's a bit of an overhang on this side. Because that's the side that's going to go out over where the courtyard is. Yeah, we're going to have to cut or put something under here. And I usually don't like to use this. I usually put a piece of masonite or something underneath, but we'll see when we get there. A little bit of water, because that means we could put on everything now, because then we'll build a tower over here, and then we'll just build like a railing for the balcony. Oh, I also want to make a Warhammer 40k themed, like very gothic sort of tower as well. This is not gonna be it. This is gonna be sort of generically fantasy-ish. But yeah. Okay, so if we do this, yes. So all of that need glue, and this inside there need. Okay, now we have figured out where we need to glue. So let's. Oh, this glue bottle is really not cooperating today. So I'm not gonna cooperate with it, and I'm not gonna use its features. I'm just gonna rip the cap off and use it like this. What do you say about that, Mr. Glue Bottle? Wanna do whatever you want? Just making sure we get some glue on. I have to be a bit careful now because these walls, the glue isn't super dry. So we need to be a little bit careful so we don't squeeze these too hard and mess things up too much, because then it might not work. And that would be a little bit sad because, this is a fuck. Had a shower. Oh. Now you just need to find the Oculus controllers. Yeah, we have now we have two quests at work, or quest twos, and then we have an older one. I don't know what it is, but the older one they lost the controller for, and they don't sell replacement controllers for them. So yay! That's why we had to buy a new one. Also, might as well have the same one, I guess. I'm gonna oh, put one into that piece of floor. And I think this edge will have to be cut down because I would rather have them very close to the like so the floors have some surface to attach to there. Yeah, so we'll have to do some creative cutting later on, just like that. Squeeze the floors in. That seems to be looking like it should. Dice tower, porcupine. Is there really a difference? Well, at this stage, I'm not sure there is. Okay, so this doesn't. Oh, it's too thin, so it's not gonna ever work. But yeah, this part here, just gonna have to glue a bit on there. Okay, so sort of a functioning dice tower. Well, the mechanics of it is functional, I guess. making sure that this stays. And the good thing about covering the whole thing with stonework is, of course, we don't have to bother about all these little marks from the toothpicks either. This edge needs to be, I really want to get one of these through there. Just carefully sort of screw it carefully. That might work. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut down that, trim that edge down a bit, because it's not even. But it's an old wonky tower, so who cares if it's even? It's not supposed to be. It's an old wonky tower. Dun, dun, dun. And this seems to want to be sliding around a bit. You can feel it moving around a bit. Let's see if we can skewer it in sideways, like such. Locking it in place a bit more, and cut that up. Okay. And since dice aren't super heavy, oh god. I was gonna, then maybe we can test it, and then I realized that this whole floor is super wonky, and it's kind of thin, so I don't think we can get any toothpicks in there, so we're just gonna have to draw some glue, pull some glue in on the around the edges, and sort of squeeze that in place. And let's see if we can. Well, it's doing something. It's not doing the right thing, no. So talking about trusting your glue gun, this is where I start to think about using a glue gun, because you can glue gun XPS foam if you have a glue gun that is not very warm, or if you can, put if it has variable settings. This part might be visible when you look down from the balcony view, so I don't really want to have anything sticking through. Oh, I hit it. Yes! It is done. It is, well, controls were in their box. Whoa, good work. You put things back where they belong, so you can find them when you need them. That's a magical skill. All right. I think if I could find some dice, I had them here earlier today. I saw them, I moved them because I thought they were in the way, and nobody tells me that my camera is from my sitting down. Oh, don't worry. If you see something and you wonder what the hell happened, just feel free to ask. That's fine. Should do a whole stream like this as well when we're just using like old styrofoam packages and stuff. Oh, printed dice towers are really noisy though. So if you're sensitive to noise, you might want to reconsider. Or if you print something that is in several parts, so you can put like some padding on these because they are really noisy. It's very cool, especially since if you get the right model, you can just print them in one go and you don't have to put them together. But yeah, we sort of changed it up to a dice tower now for a bit. We're going for fantasy style, so this is going to be covered in stoneworks. Yeah, I could have done that in this one. This is going to be a little bit noisy. But yeah, felt pads, like crafting foam, whatever. It's basically like super thin EVA foam, or just build them from EVA foam, I guess. But you know, so I'm going to put a little piece to fill. You don't need to be that far away now. To fill this little gap up. But I will see if I can see that little, because I have my miniature stuff over there, so they should be. Oh wait, they are over on this side. Here we go. I rolled a 6. That's a good dice tower. Confirmed, dice tower is magical. It rolls 6s. Well, this isn't. This is semi-soft, so this isn't that noisy. But if you print it from PLA or something, that rattles a lot. I don't like it. Not to like a degree where I like, I hate this, I can't stand it, but I just don't like it. Okay, let's cut out a piece to put in here. Needs to be that, about that thick. And as I said, since we're covering this with stonework, it doesn't really matter if we build this like in patches on the inside. It doesn't really matter. But if you're gonna play a game and you need a dice tower and you're playing against someone and they don't like the noise, you can win by disturbing them with a rattly nice noise, rattly dice tower. Oh my God, words so hard today. So here's my plan. I'm to build, or I'll just no. Oh, it's not charming at all. Nope, it really isn't. It's like a really because if the walls are like this thick, there's also they're not solid because of the infill. So it creates a really yeah. All right, set up the Oculus. You go ahead. And I think we will put this on a piece like something on and that is not XPS foam. I think. I'm not sure yet. I'm still considering how I should do like the top part. If I just do like a crenellation, like a wall, like a tower thingy, or if I build another part like off, or if we should just cover this up and put like I don't know. I don't know. I have to make up my mind though, because that is sort of where we are now. Bum, 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 bum. Unless, of course, you have soft dice, I guess. If you can get like rubber dice, that could work. Uh, but yeah, no, some felt, even if you make them from wood, I would do that. But this, it's kind of a soft, like darker sound. It doesn't have that clangy noise that it makes on hard plastic because this isn't hard plastic. This is a softish plastic, I guess we can call it. I'm just trying to imagine in my head how this will look. We could just make not like a window, but like a couple of like I talked about making Gothic stuff, and now I'm stuck on that, I guess, on the backside. No, no generic like cover this maybe half of this with the floor. and then like a wall on top of that. And we are going to do it like this. Let's see, do we have any good pieces for this? Oh, there's a really good piece for this. We'll do this. That is really wonky. You can see that when you draw it out, there's like no straight angles anywhere. Okay, let's see. Is this the right way or is that the right way? Okay, let's do it. Let's do this again, and we'll do a line there and a line there, so we know this is which side goes where. Like if you want to do this and it wants to be square, basically, is that what you're thinking? So you have like this really good 90 degrees. Is that what we're talking about? Because what you really need is to have something that is uh, 90 degrees that you can like put into a corner, and you either have to cut something out, and I'm trying to find things amongst my mess of tools and stuff over on the bench here. No, but basically, if you can find something that you know has a 90-degree angle. Oh, I know. I know, I know, I know. I think I also know where I have them. Uh, but I can also be totally wrong. Like super wrong. If you have like a box, I'm thinking about some like angled irons, like you, yeah, flat. Oh, there we go. They were too close. You could just get something like this from the hardware store. And of course that means both the surfaces has to be at an like perfectly flat, and then you can just use this to line it up, or square tubing, because then you can get it in a bigger size. And if you want this to stay on there while it dries, you can just like use some kind of a clamp to squeeze it in place. Oh wait, there we are. There's the camera. Because this should be more or less 90 degrees, but some kind of square tubing, anything that you can find that is square and you can just put into the corner. There are some tool options, I guess, as well. They're not very well suited for this, but you might be able to adapt them, like these corner clamps. Well, actually, these would work because these are quite flat. This is basically for putting. Let's bring you up so you can actually see properly. When you're doing like squared off. This of course means that the pieces have to be very flat and square, but as long as you don't squeeze this too much. Then you put the other piece in there, and you. Okay, these pieces are not circular square. Problem with when the foam is this thin is it really likes to warp. If you're using foam that is this size, however, this would probably be working better. But basically, you use these sort of things to make frames, wooden frames and stuff to keep it lock it into an angle. But with foam, of course, you're going to have to be careful, otherwise you're going to squeeze it to bits. I have some of those though, so spring loaded, and they would probably just squish the foam instead. Is that my piece? That's my piece. Oh yeah, you could just exactly. Yeah, that too. Yeah, or if you can find some like cheap square plastic, you know, you have just like these things that you put cables away on the walls. They're like rectangular, but if they're 90 degrees, yeah, anything that's 90-degree angle, I guess. And if, yeah, you print them or if you make them from plastic, that's brilliant because then you can just glue them in place and keep them there forever. You could even, if you're doing something like this, you could even print, you know how the stone goes like every other. You could just print the whole corner piece and put it on the outside even. Ooh. Well, you're most welcome. That's my thought process for that. Did I not? Oh yeah, this is not for the bottom. This is for the top. Oh, there's the line, and there's the line. So this goes this way. Ta-da! Because then we can cut a hole in this into the floor, and then we'll build the sort of wall thingy up around here, and then we'll put some, flagstones, I guess we can call it. Uh, we'll just casually cut some sort of a hole in that. Yeah, and those red clamps, I bought those of Amazon, so they're like super cheap. Because I have some frames I need to do for a friend, and it hasn't really happened for because of reasons. But that's like next on my list of things to do when I get time over to just do things. That's not square either. I don't care. It doesn't have to be. Actually, this is supposed to go this way now, isn't it? No, it isn't. It's supposed to go this way. I thought it out right. And then we'll build the stonework, and then the stonework up here will just be like some stones. Yeah. And then we'll put some stones for the floor. I mean, we could just make a trapdoor or something, but I feel that it's a little that you have to open, but it's a little bit of overkill, I think, for this project. Anyway, and I mean, if you really want to, you can just. I haven't like really measured anything. I just like winged it and measured it off the size of the tower and stuff. And I mean, you can just, of course, you can just sit down and do some really good blueprints or templates for making something like this, and it will be way easier. Well, easier. It will be way straighter, and in that sense, slightly easier as well. Uh, 10 minutes to 4. It's soon time for my little snack break. Then I usually take a snack break after about 2 hours because it's nice to take some me time in the middle of everything. So what's next? I think we're gonna start making some stones. And I think we're gonna make them like not brick size. We're gonna make them quite big so we can actually slather them on. That means I'm gonna want some thin material like this. We'll see what we have. Oh, we have quite a lot. We don't want it all the same thickness. We want similar thicknesses because we really want it to be have different thicknesses. That's the whole point. Otherwise, you can get really chunky bit of this. And wait, how big is this? This is Actually, I can get this foam in 100 millimeters, so I could actually, yeah, I could probably make a tower like this and just sort of carve or drill out the middle. I want to try that. For terrain pieces more than like dice towers, I guess, but still, that'd be nice. Right, so we have some materials that we can use uh, to cut some stonework from. A few different but similar sized, similar thickness to them. And then we'll do a line of thick chunky ones on the bottom, like the foundations. Uh, that's that's the one. That's the one for that. But I'll take my break a few minutes early, because otherwise I'm going to start this for 2 minutes and then I'm going to go on a break or something and it seems silly. So I'm going to put up the be right back screen and I will be back in 5, maybe 10 minutes. I don't know. I'll make some coffee, have a snack, drink some more water, and I will see you all shortly. Okay, okay. Let's get cameras back on. Hello. Okay, that was like a 4 minute break then. Whatever. I got my, well, maybe five. I don't know. I got my instant cappuccino coffee thingy. I had a snack. I drank some water. I stretched my legs, and somebody's having cake pops. Oh gosh. You found Oreos added some silicone. Whoa. Leftover carrot cake. Man, that sounds awesome. So it's, I mean, it's quite tacky and on here. I just, I mean, if you live in a country where you have Panduro, get quick glue for doing your stuff because it's PVA glue that just doesn't take 12 years to dry. And now we're back to the most exciting part of any stream. We are going to cut up some stones. So I'll bring you in a bit closer with me. I'll start by a row of foundations that are like going to be a thicker, thicker, thick sort of stone. And we're not going to be oh yeah, the corner. Screw realism. We're doing a cool fantasy tower. We'll make it look cool. That's enough. The rule of cool. Oh, here's a tip. If you're gonna use a piece, like if you want to do several pieces, you might want to measure with your cut bits. Always use the same bit to use as your template. Because I'm probably not gonna make this one exactly the same as that one. So if that's a half a millimeter off and I keep doing a half millimeter off, you can end up with some really big size differences if you make a lot of them. So if you're going to use a bit as a template, use the same bit for all of them. Don't use the newest one, like the last one you cut. Just use the first one for everything. Ah, so now you have some noms. That is brilliant. So, so it can't be anything but K-pop. Huh? I was thinking if we should cut down this edge, but I can actually do that in place with a scalpel. So I don't think we need to do that. We'll cut these off. You know what, we'll do these one by one. Let's move everything around a bit. Oh, talking about printing, I forgot to print a new holder for my camera, so it's still duct taped. And again, if you're gonna use the same, because these should probably be fairly uniform. Now don't use this piece, put it away, use the same piece as your measuring template. I don't know how this will work like around the corners. We might have to have some really odd weird sizes, but yeah. Oh, that's not a very straight cut. And I have no idea how many of these we're going to need, so we're just going to cut up all the material that I prepped, so to speak. If we get some left over, we'll put it in a bin somewhere and we'll have some extra tiny little stone thingies for something else at some other time. always keep using the same bit. So even if there's a slight margin of error, it's the same error on every bit, more or less. And I don't like transfer the error because they build up quite a lot when you're making bits like this. And then we're gonna take these and we're gonna just smoosh them a bit, knock down some of the sharpness of the edges because we cut them with a knife. That's very sharp. And it's gonna leave some marks on them, create a nice texture. Once this is actually dry and glued on and dried, I think we're going to use the old aluminium foil ball trick to create some stone textures on them as well. But this will have to do for now. But I know I said the screw realism, but I just can't do these stones on a corner like this because I just don't like it. I want it to be like a solid stone. So it looks, because this looks like it's going to be thin stones. You can see this is how thick the stones are. The foundations should go in under the wall if it was a real castle. So these should be like, actually it shouldn't. It should be thicker than that, but it shouldn't. You know what? I think I'm going to go with screw realism. We'll go with that. We'll use these as they are. Because I think it's going to look good. Let's take a little spatula. Oh, I don't want the shiny surface outwards because that is harder to get watered down paint to stick on actually. Yeah, so that's gonna stick out a bit. That's fine. We'll cut that. Hey, digital serenity. How about greebling? Well, greebling, if by greebling you mean making tiny rocks and putting them on a thing, it goes well. Maybe that is kind of greebling. I'm not using I don't know, maybe it is. It's a foam greebling kind of thing. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you are doing okay. Reality has no place in D&D. Well, that is fairly true actually. There is some reality. Slightly migrainey. No, that's not fun. That's not fun at all. Let's hope that passes soon. I might have to do more of these. Might not have, because this is the third side and we're not doing the front side obviously so much. And now I'm putting all of these on the wrong way. No, just these ones. Because I did not want the shiny part outwards, Pixel. Remember, you said that like a minute ago. Gonna be on the VOD, so it's like there's evidence. God damn it. Wipe off some of that excess glue. I mean, you can paint on it sometimes. It just pools up weirdly with the paint because if you're using water to thin your paint. Oh, that's the wrong way. We'll put it on that way. Here we go. We'll let this set a bit and then we'll take some small pieces and put on the front here. Now we can hold this steady and we can push down on these so they sort of touch the mat, and then we will have a at least almost nice flat square squared off bottom part. You're behind. Well, you're too far away from here. That's it. You're out in where you are, and time moves differently out there. Let's be cheeky and see if we can adjust the size of these foundations. Nope, we can't. Well, we can, but I was hoping this wouldn't happen. But yeah, let's do it like this then. And once this has set properly, we'll get some stone textures on that. We'll just wait with cutting of that off then. All right, let's cut out our stonework. And we should put some small windows on there as well. Right, shouldn't we? So it's just not gray, because then you can have something else. Otherwise, we're going to be very uniform in color. We could, once it's done, we could put some tapestries maybe on the outside, like some flags or tapestries or something. Maybe. So is the delay for the whole stream, or is it like between sound and image? Is the mouth movement not matching up to the sounds? That's a bit thick. I think this might be too thin, because if I want to cut them in that size, and I'm gonna want to crinkle them up, it's gonna be very, very weird. This one might work. Let's give it a go. Do you know what? Do, 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 do. Don't I have a ball of aluminium somewhere here? Or do I have to make a new one? Do I have to make a new one? Because I had one before, but I might have cleaned that away when I cleaned up in here. Because oh, there we go. There's a little, well, it's not very much of a ball, so let's see if we can reshape it. Between chat and stream. Oh, so the whole stream is like behind for you. I see. All right. Da, 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 da. And we can actually get some nice stone textures before we start cutting the stones out. Rolling, 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 keep your ball rolling. Much texture. There we go. Now we can start cutting them out. Still want them to be like that, and then yeah, we'll see how we're gonna do this. Let's see how this turns out. But just making them about the same size, I'm not really super concerned that they're all the same thickness anyway. Oh, that didn't really work out well. Need to hold on. Uh, okay, before we start cutting all the things out, let's see how this turns out when we do this. Because they're very like nice and square, and we don't really want that. We want them to be like, we have made texture on them, so we want them to be round, have rounded corners and everything. I think that might work. We might actually just also roll over with the aluminium ball, foil ball over the whole thing once the glue has set to create some good textures, because we're sort of messing up a bit of the texture when we do this. But the difference between this, doing it like that and not, is that you get really square and nice clean edges, which you don't want on old stonework. So I think this is gonna be the quickest way after all, just cutting them out like this. We could actually try and stack them, see if that works. Let's stack. Let's see what happens if we stack all of them. What? Oh, boom. I didn't even have time to look up and see it. Thank you very much. I'm guessing the bot wanted me to buy some followers or something. Oh, those are really big. Actually, should be. We'll have some different sizes then. Oh, this seems to be working out pretty okay. And this is the same thing here. You can measure this and just like be having super exact stonework, but that's not what I'm after right now, so I'm not. And the squeezing things in your hand, it works best when your hands get like really full like this. It doesn't work so well when you just have a few, so. What this also does is it removes a lot of the static electricity. That's because this is a very static material otherwise. So when you just have a few, like we have these leftovers, we're gonna cut out more actually. So I guess I could wait, but I just wanna show you because this, well, you can roll them a little bit like this, but you're more likely to deform them than just knock off the round edges. Squeeze, squeeze. Do we have any more material? Oh, this is a good. That's another good thickness, I think. Yeah, now we just skip the rulers. We just widely cut everything. We didn't even make patterns on this, but on the texture on this, but we can roll over a ball over the whole tower later when the glue is set. I think that will be working better. And I really don't want to turn on follower chat only because that's, when people come in for the first time, they might want to say hi and see what's up before they follow. Uh, but otherwise, that is a pretty decent option to get rid of all the chat bots that come in. That because you have to follow first, and I don't know if they can follow with bots. Maybe they can. I have no idea. Look at this pile of stones, and this is not enough for a whole tower. But so let's keep going. Let's keep at it. Exactly. I have all the viewers I need. I don't need any more. I have all the professional, awesome viewers already. But also for the bots, I can just, I know you don't understand me bots because you're bots and you don't really speak. Uh, but the thing is, I'm not a streamer. I don't need the followers. I'm a maker that streams. Anybody who wanna hang around and look what I'm doing and listen to me rambling on about doing things is welcome. But I am not a streamer that needs all the views and all the followers. Like, buy all these followers. And also, followers doesn't really necessarily give you views. I mean, I'm close to like 300 followers, and there's not 300 people in the chat now, I think. Unless like 295 of you are like lurking, and in that case, welcome. Um, and on mentioning on that, of course, you don't have to chat to be a follower or to be a viewer. You can hang around anyway. You are most welcome. Maybe you just want to see a weird old dude talking about XPS foam and like being way too happy and showing off his lightsaber things and stuff. And you don't feel like socializing. You're also welcome. You're also as appreciated as the most talkative people in the chat. You are absolutely fine sitting there watching or listening or I don't know, whatever you want to do with it. There is no chat requirements around here. Yeah, yeah, that's a thing on that's really going on hard on Instagram right now. I know a couple of people that have managed to gotten their accounts like jacked and they have sent like things out to people like, "Hi, I'm gonna be an influencer on Instagram, but I need you to vote. Click on this link and do the stuff." And it's like, no. Also, I don't think that's actually you that made this account because that person would probably not be doing this. So go away, account stealing thingy. So everybody, today's advice: if you really want to be safe, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Use two-factor authentication on like anything that you log into. Yes, it's a hassle. Yes, they will get your phone number. No, that will not make a difference for anything else. It will just make it harder to steal your account. 2FA for the win. Ah, that hasn't dry yet. I thought it would have been set more. Okay. I was gonna sort of fix the front part here. Okay, that glue was a bit too dry maybe. Also, dice towers are pretty good for many things, but usually not for bigger games with lots of dice like Warhammer games, because there's a lot of dice they need to roll. That's gonna make even more noise. So yeah, for D&D, Blood Bowl works perfect. For big game like when you roll 40 dice, you need a really big tray down here to catch all those dice. Okay, let's become masons then, or something, or stone layer or whatever. Let's get this glued up a bit. Okay, we'll put on the front bit afterwards, I guess, because it didn't want to stay there. I'm not going to be super careful, just getting some glue all the way down. Now you can do this two ways. You can go like a one wall up, and that's usually what I do. So if you're a server, then it's that is very true. But some of them also have email options. But then again, somebody could have stolen your email as well. I mean, nothing is ever going to be super safe, but there are ways to make it safer-ish anyway. Just trying to remember to not have the shiny side outwards. And then we put one that goes over like that, and then uh, start on the other side the same way. We could make like a standing row. Well, that's more for, oh, that's wrong side. More for bricks, but you can also make like a standing line of in the middle just to break up the monotony of stones. And then we're going to have to adjust it as we go along. Sometimes you just have to try and find the best bit for the place, because they're not all super even. And I don't mind if there's a little bit of a, oh wait, I'm way off camera. A little bit of a gap between some of them. It's fine. We can put some moss and stuff in there because we're not just want to have this like a grayish rock. It's gonna be weathering and such things on. Yeah, and now we just have to do the rest. This cork is really not cooperating with me today. Screw it on, screw it on. There we go. Clogs up way too easy. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Squishy, squishy out the glue. So now we're back to doing what we did with the cobblestone, except that the pieces are not like 4 millimeters square, which means this is gonna go much faster. Like a lot faster. Alright, let's stand up for a bit maybe. But two-factor authentication can also be done through the Authenticator app. So you only need to have a Wi-Fi. You don't actually have to have cell reception. Also, by the way, you know, let's take a long bit there then. Before the glue is set, you can just like adjust as you go along. Uh, let's just bring you in on the super exciting action. Pixel Stream now with super exciting action of putting on stones made of plastic on a tower made of more plastic. We are in extra drama mode today. For some reason. I don't know. And then we'll start here and go those ways with those stones. I'll put some decoration on the front, I think. Not putting any like windows, because if you're gonna do windows, you wanna draw them out or like make a frame for them before you're starting to do this, because so you know where you're not supposed to put the stones, because there's a window there. You're supposed to be all the way to the edge. We'll put something on there later then. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm just sort of casually informing everybody that uh, there are other options. In some cases, not everything can use the Authenticator app as well. So it depends on what you're doing, what you're trying to log into. Oh, that's a shiny bit. Oh, that's full of glue now. Let's take it away. Go away. Shiny bits to the inside, please. Calling all the shiny bits to the inside. All the wonky lines. Oh, from the side like that, you can really see the depth differences, which is a huge part of why I am doing it the way I'm doing it. Yes, this is truly exciting. It is the most exciting that you have ever been. trying to sort of after a while smooth out the wonky line so it doesn't like start to be really wonky on one side so it like leans too much once you make it up a bit. Ah, that's the wrong side. That's now full of glue. And it's just because if it's full of glue, it's going to be a glossy side anyway, and it's going to get a bit different texture when you try to paint it, and it's just going to mess things up a little bit. You should look at which side you're putting down first, Pixel. Oh, that's a good one. Bigger. See this line, and then we get a straight line on top there. Very nice. Still more. Is this more exciting what you're doing? Whoa. You're having the most chill out day, if that is true. Actually, it's quite exciting to see something like when you're doing it, it's actually quite exciting to see how it sort of starts to come together. So it could be classified as exciting, to be honest. Oh, I like this part. That's my new favorite part right now. And that just went and flipped on me. The problem is you get glue on your fingers and you're a little bit tacky. This is also nice because you don't have to do the damn it, toothpick thingy that I do with the small ones because it sort of works in a way because they're big enough. Hmm. It's gonna be a flat bit there as well. But once every side is done, we're gonna go. When the glue is dry, we're gonna cut up anything that is too protruding too much. Or tedious. Have to fix a whole bunch of messed up SD. Oh, that sounds like a not lovely. Well, then this probably more exciting for sure, because that is a chore. But you're supposed to be protruding a bit like that. And if you have a big gap, you just spread it out between all the pieces, and it becomes a small gap. That went down upside down, Pixel. One day you might learn, but I don't think so. See how much progress we have made? This is about twice as big as the cobblestone road is. So yeah, that's gonna take a while. So I'm probably gonna be working a bit on that cobblestone road for that one off camera as well. And then we'll finish it off and paint it and stuff on camera. Because I think we've seen enough of tiny little cobblestones. If anybody comes in late and want to see something of that, there are VODs. Oh yeah, I have to make my VODs on YouTube public. Because I always, the day after I've streamed, I always upload my VODs from Twitch to YouTube, so they stay forever. So I can reference them myself, and just nice to have them without actually having to keep them myself, because a few hours of streaming actually turns out to not super small files. Whoa, another stone. Interesting to see how many people there are out and about. Oh yeah, and I also said I would go to. Actually, I'm going out later tonight. Well, going out, that sounds a lot. I'm going to be outside a bit later on because there is a fire show going on, a fire performing show going on uh, down in the city park, and I want to watch it because I know the people who does it. So I want to go there and say hi and see how they're doing. Also, I don't very often get to see fire performances. Oh, these are protruding so much. I really, really, really like it. I'm just gonna rub my hands together, get some of that some of that dried glue off my fingers. Jesus, language is hard today. Words are not coming out the way I should be. That's how it is. I'm messing up the words purposefully now too. I don't know, going with it or something. Right, we're gonna have to put on more glue. Oh my god, oh, this bottle is messy. Spatula, spatula, spread your glue with a wooden spatula. Oh, I'm messing up the foundations because they apparently aren't very dry yet. I did have a lot of glue like on here because I like the work time a little bit, but I don't want to wait like 20 hours before it's completely dry so I can do something. Okay, let's put that long one away. That didn't really work well. So what's wrong with the STL files? If you don't mind me wondering about it. Oh, let's see if that works out. It's not that much glue on it. Because what's going to happen later, of course, is that from this side, this stone is going to come through there, and then we're going to cut off all things protruding too much, and it will be like a stone wall should be, with every other brick interlocking around the corners. So that's why I'm not so worried if it's protruding a bit too much around the edges, because we're gonna cut off and adjust that afterwards anyway. There is my coffee mug. Coffee break. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Putting the stones on the wrong way. Oh, some written from a PC game, ran it through programs, supposedly should fix them, but messed them up even more. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. I hope somebody's selling you their soul for that work. Oh God, that's so from a game. So they're either like super low polygon counts and they're really wonky models and don't look really good at all outside the game, and they have some kind of program that try to fix them to make okay, or there's just too many of them maybe. I don't know. Sounds like a handful for sure. But yeah, I want to make another dice tower that is definitely more gothic in style. So I'm gonna do some sketching on that before I start doing anything with it though. We had a very long one here, right? That's gonna be pretty okay. The problem is we can't put this. Oh gosh, why aren't you drying? You're quick glue. You have failed me. I'm probably rushing it. I'm messing these up all the time because we can't put this like this when we want to glue it. When we want to glue something else because we're gonna mess up those. So we're gonna have to keep doing this standing up. With the tower standing up. But that's good because then I can sit down. It's gonna be comfortable. I hope. You're getting better. That's cool. That is very true. I have a really hard time like doing jobs just for the money of it. I would rather sort of enjoy what I'm doing. Let's put in a small square thing there. It's our first custom cut. I mean, we could just leave it and then put it in later, but we might just cut out a piece. Ah, dried glue. Oh, that's gonna be a short one then. Well, look at that. We have another one of these small bits over because we just cut out a small piece. There we go. Let's do a long one to there, and then we'll put there. But we're also running low on the storage here. So this is gonna be enough. I hope there's enough good pieces in here for this so we can fill this up. But yeah, so you saw how many pieces we had to cut out for this, and this is what we're left with now. So we're gonna have to do, there's quite a few pieces of these little tiny bits to cut out for just a simple little dice tower like this. Oh, that's the shiny part. Don't want that. But there's not that much glue left. Well, the glue is kind of tacky and not so wet, so now it won't matter as much. There we go. Do, 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 do. It is so exciting. But I'm thinking, okay, that's too much glue. I'm thinking once this side is done, I mean, we can't wait until it's completely set. But it's nice to leave it resting for a bit, I think. Oh, that's a shiny bit already in there as well. So once this side is done of this tower, we're gonna change out the project and we're gonna do some painting on the big dice tower that we started painting last time. Okay, let's start by cutting a square bit off. Oh, just like once or twice, one or two rounds to go. If we use these squarish looking things, we could. That's not gonna look as good. It's gonna be too like. Huh? J Ninja Kitten, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are we doing today? Hope you're doing well. I don't know if you've been here for a bit and know what we're doing. We're building a dice tower right now. We're working on several like projects and different stages, so we can change back and forth. I think this is going to be the last line on this side. There's a little bit left to go, but I want to build the whole sort of wall on the top here. In one go. Is where I was going with that. So we shall find the perfect finish stone. And we're gonna say that that's you. Okay, so oh, so, that's one wall out of four. So we'll put that away over here. We can keep it a little bit in the camera like that. Uh, find something to put this in so we can keep that wherever we want it. Here, little bowl. And then we will move the wire cutter, I think. I think we will move the wire cutter and use that area. Well, I'm going away with this. Use that area over here for painting instead now. Because we don't need to cut anything. Here we go. And we had some paper that I already prepped for this, but I took that away. There we go. Just to protect the surface a bit. So what we're doing is that we're going to go back to uh, this one that we started painting. Let me bring you in a little bit closer to the paint area over here. So we're gonna keep putting some paint down on this. Where are you? There you are. This also dice tower. Uh, More industrial post-app sort of thing. So let's keep doing the concrete, build up some paint colors on that. We're gonna need some water, which I also actually had prepared. Woohoo! And all the paints are there. We just need something to mix paint on. You get to see all the mess in the background as well. And we're also gonna remove some of this dried glue. Sort of feels and looks like you're peeling skin or something. It's a little bit weird. So we need a lighter gray. We'll need a spatula to grab some of the white paint. Oh, here we go. And some Mars black. And of course we need a brush. Some dried paint in the bottom of this brush. Needs to clean off my brushes. It is quite dark now, so we're gonna go for a little lighter gray. And we are wiping out some of the paint. And we're gonna just go over the whole thing by stabbing the paint on like this to avoid getting brush strokes, and we want it to be a bit uneven, so now we're trying to not go too close to things because we want that part to be shaded. You can always go back if you like, make it too bright, and back and forth, back and forth. So I mean, that's not a real issue if you go too bright into the shadows, but try to avoid it from the beginning. It makes life easier. And I'm way off camera because I'm standing where I'm usually standing, so I'm just gonna move this here instead. Paint where I usually am so I don't miss the camera so much. Here we go. And I like to mix the paint as I go along because then I get sort of different shades of gray. No pun intended. Uh, but it makes for a more organic, interesting look. And I know it's not an organic structure, but it just looks more realistic if it's not all one gray color. I should probably put a glove on these hands. Don't get too much paint on myself. I mean, it's acrylic paint, it's nothing dangerous about it in that sense, but it's just annoying because then you can just remove the glove and you can touch other things. Otherwise, you're gonna get all your projects into the same sort of color. See, this is much lighter. So I'm gonna go back to where we were. Also trying to soft up any edges that you get from where you have been working, because want it to be, you want the transitions to be smooth basically. Let's bring in some more black. Okay, let's try a wider shot maybe. You can actually see what I'm doing. So this is just like the me establishing sort of the base concrete color with mostly grays. There are some browns in there already, but mostly gray. Uh, Not too fussy about getting an even coat, actually rather the opposite. We're trying to not get an even coat because we're going for not fresh and new style. It's old industrial sort of feel. We don't want the contrast to be between the light and the dark spots to be too big. So we go back and forth with light and dark and mix them all in together. Don't do that too much though, because uh, then it will just be just one color. Because as long as the colors are a bit wet, they will blend with each other very well. Not really sure what I want to do with the floor in here, so I'm just going to go with gray to the start. I'm going to put some basing materials like sand and gravels and stuff on the outside, though. That much I know, but I will do that afterwards. Well, that's a pretty good concrete sort of look base. This needs to dry a little bit now, all the gray, before we can start weather it. Thank you, both for the lyrics and for the kind words. So we're going to do the pipes, very rusty, uh, with just basically browns and reds and stuff. So bring it. They're gonna be like completely rusted. Uh, so then we don't need to bring out use any metal paints. Oh, that water cup is bad to try and clean brushes in. I need a bigger, deeper water bowl, and I don't have any. Which the brush can stand in. I guess I'm gonna have to try and make some at some point of an old bottle or something. Oh wait, I actually have a bunch of old bottles and things like that I can use. How about you? Let's fill you up with water. You seem stable enough. It has been some kind of a food supplement in this. People just give me all their like plastic containers and stuff from medications and whatever because they know I like that stuff because it's useful when you're building terrain stuff, for example. Now we have a nice big water thingy for brushes before, so I don't have to go run off and you know uh, run off and clean the brushes all the time. Irate. First brown for the rust. Raw umber. My favorite color in the whole world to paint stuff with in general. It is just pretty and amazing. So we're gonna do this over the whole pipes. The best part about stabbing the paint on and not avoiding the pipes is that you get a lot of splotchy paint on the pipes and it's really hard to see on camera, but they actually have a little bit of a texture to them like they would have if they were rusty. So we had some new followers. I wonder what my follower count. I have to look at that later. I mean, I know I'm pretty far from 500 and I thought I'd do something. It's not actually a Twitch milestone because they like stop follower milestones pretty early. But for me, reaching 500 followers would be super cool. So I'm planning some sort of a giveaway thingy for that. Well, I'm not planning it, I'm thinking about it and what I should do. So far, when I've done giveaways, it's been quite spontaneous once and once was no, both been actually a little bit pre-planned. But it's basically I make something on stream, and by the end of the stream, we do a little raffle for it. So it's not like a pre-made thing. You get to be able to see it being made, and then it can be yours. But yes, we're a couple of hundred followers away. Hello, Blazing Kitty. Hi. I'm painting a dice tower. I'm just staring at my painting and don't look at me. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? And since I wasn't online, so I'm just gonna say thank you for the follow all of 3 days ago. Very appreciated. So yeah, it's a dice tower. You put in your dice up there and they come out down here and hopefully they will roll nicely. Can't guarantee they will roll well. Oh, there's a little bit of foam that hasn't gotten any paint on it behind this pipe. So right now we're starting doing all the pipes super rusty, so we're starting with a dark brown, but I need some black because I need to, I don't know if you can, yeah, you can see it in there behind the pipe. You can actually see a piece of the XPS foam. Otherwise, we're also in the process of making a dive tower, which is more of a generic fantasy setting sort of thing. Yeah, so now we're doing all the base colors on the pipes. Procreate. Oh, yeah, I think it's gonna look really cool. I think this is gonna look really cool when it's done. It's a little bit bigger. Well, actually, this is also a little bit bigger. Otherwise, oh, there we go. Uh, Small dice towers are usually more practical. Smaller dice towers are a little bit more practical to store and to travel with if you want to go. It has a little bit of a smaller hole. It's in one of the chimneys. You just drop your dice there and it rolls out. And talking about future plans is what we're doing. Like few hundred followers into the future. So that's going to take a while for a sort of giveaway thingy. I've done a couple of giveaways before with things that I have made on stream, and then we give them away at the end of the stream because I think that's more fun because then you get a chance to sort of see your thing being made. Dice towers are pretty practical. You don't spend for smaller games and Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. It's pretty good because you don't sort of throw dice everywhere. And then we have some rebarb sticking out on this wall here. This is a weird line here. I think I might want to have cut that off some bit. I don't know. We might have to do something. And I'm not being overly careful because if there's a lot of rust on the steel structures here, there's gonna be rust running down there, and the wall is gonna be sort of colored by that rust a little bit. Yeah. And if you play like Necromunda, you can just put this down and use it as a piece of scenery at the edge of the table and use it as a dice tower. I mean, there are like generic, like just dice towers that doesn't have like a specific style, just like basically like a wooden box, which are very practical as well. But you can also have them and incorporate them into your game. I can see there's a lot of inside there. Let's see, yeah, in here. I just wanna get some black in there as much as possible so you don't see so much of the foam. Yeah, they're also very good if you have very little space to play on. You don't, if you play like Warhammer games and stuff like that, you don't have to roll your dice across the whole battlefield. Oh, you can sort of contain your dice rolls, which can be pretty nice. Getting some black on here and some of the lighter spots. There we go. Yeah, now that needs to dry. Yeah, rolling under the couch, your couch, you have this much distance between the floor and the couch, one of those really low couches, and your dice are gone until your cats find them or something. So yeah, there's a really practical element to using dice towers as well, actually. There is a person who is there's a person that knows a friend of mine basically. He makes dice towers. He laser cuts them, and they're like sort of this smallish and for Blood Bowl, and they're collapsible, so they're really easy to transport. So that's really cool as well. I like a little bit more bulk. Okay, that paint needs to dry. We'll put you on the floor in front of the fan as per usual and let you dry a little bit faster. Right. We need to cut out some more of that sized rocks. We have some stones left, but we need some more. We need quite a lot more. Let's see if we have anything in a useful size here. It's too thick. That's a good thickness. I might. Okay, this is no. Let's do this more efficiently. I'm gonna mute the sound. I'm gonna take some materials and I'm gonna go over to the bandsaw and I'm gonna. Dice trays work very well as well, but again, if you have limited space, it might not work. And you can pad your dice towers, of course. But yeah, they can be noisy indeed. I'll mute for a bit, so I'll go to the bandsaw and cut up some materials that are about, well, 3 millimeters thick or something like that, I guess. All right, here we go. Noise is off. Yes. I made some different thicknesses. Uh, this is very rough though because it's cut on the bandsaw. So we're gonna take our sanding block. Oops. Sploing. Just to get the other side as well a bit. Hmm. Oh yeah, I didn't cut this. Oh wait, I made a mistake. I can't use these because we can't crumble them up. That's what the thing that I did. I used something that was much thicker. I used something like this. Oh, silly me. And I will cut this in. Oh yeah. Yeah. Silly little me. I was thinking the other way around. So, and then you slice these thin, like that. Yes. Here we go. Oh, yeah. It's one of those days when I do that. A lot, apparently. Yep. Yeah, because the thing is, if I use them, and if I do them that flat, because I'm gonna try and crinkle them up. I'm gonna rub them between my hands to remove all the like sharp corners and soften them up a bit. And if they're like really paper thin, it's not gonna work. And this way I also get e even-ish sizes, and I get them different thicknesses because uh, I don't measure before I cut them. Hello. Yeah, it's been one of those days where I really should learn how to think before I start cutting things, but apparently that's not today. One day I will learn to think before I cut. You see, I can't even say it in the right order. Yeah, but now I have a lot of thin materials to use for other things. I mean, it's not like I wasted the material, and it's not like a few small pieces like that is expensive, so it doesn't really matter, but it's just like it's time consuming in the end. And now I'm gonna do like now I'm gonna be boring for a while because I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do like a lot of this, so I just have it done for the whole structure. That way I can keep a semi-uniform size of everything as well, instead of having to figure out how to do it all the time. So let's just get through this enormous boringness of cutting all the little rocks. Well, they're not rocks, they're stones, I guess, or building blocks or whatever. But yeah, this is a static material. So what we do, oh, you're staying there to enjoy your vacation? Sounds like a plan. See if I see them swooshing by when I go home later. So we're gonna squeeze them. Yeah, bricks. And we're gonna roll them. This creates some texture on them and it knocks off the super sharp corner you get, and they get a little bit rounded because you get really nice crisp sharp corners when you cut them with a sharp knife, and we actually don't want that. And most of these are textured before putting them on, and we're going to have to texture these a little bit afterwards instead because, yeah, doing it differently. So what we need is a sheet that is 5 millimeters or so. Because we have 5 millimeter sheet, we can texture it and then we can cut it out. Yeah, but we don't want all of them to be the same. No, yeah, we want it to be like that. And then we can texture one of the surfaces and cut them out. Okay, take two on cutting things out. Yes. Okie dokie. Some different thicknesses of cut pieces, and let's see if I figured this out right now. Yeah, so it's a bit textured. Let's see what happens when we take the aluminium ball and just roll it over this. Maybe we don't need to sand it. We definitely need to sand it. It's just way too fussy. There we go. And now we can make some texture on this. But I'm gonna need to do from one of the other ones as well because I don't want it all to be the same thickness. And this is just a piece of aluminium foil that is rolled up into a ball. Creates a nice, very random pattern. There we go, smooth surface, aluminium ball. Maybe this is what's wrong with the orc. Yeah, maybe we just need to texture the hell out of the wall on the backdrop for the orcs. We're going to take a short intermission of rolling aluminium ball on that, and we're going to try and roll the aluminium ball on this. Of course, that should have been done earlier, I guess. So this is a backdrop that we started on last week. Sort of a little diorama thingy to take pictures of your minis on. But yeah, I think this is what's been missing. A little bit. Still not super sold on it. It's got a weird stripy pattern. Might just redo it in the end, you know. Oh, let's take one of these and make some, sand this down and make some texture on this one as well. Also, we're going to need a bigger bowl for all the bricks because that's not big enough if we're going to keep making more of them. One blue bowl coming right up. And then we'll just mix all of them in one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, aluminium or aluminum. I guess depends on where you are from the world. Eller if unless you're Swedish, because then it's just aluminium. Then we'll do some textures. And then once this is totally, if I don't know if it needs it actually, it kept the texture pretty well. But once this is totally set with the glue, you can actually go in and go like redo some of the texture if it's not visible enough for you. Yeah, I know that's a thing that's constantly come up. Well, constantly comes up every now and then if you're watching Adam Savage videos, because he says it differently sometimes. Because it's like, oh wait, you call it this. Yeah, so depends on if you're, you know, American English, British English, whatever. But yes, that is the stuff we're talking about. Just regular like foil from the kitchen that you get on a roll. Just roll up to a ball. This is getting quite soft now. It's pretty interesting because it changes as you compress it when you're using it. The texture changes, so it's always going to be very random, which is very cool. Okay, let's start with this one. This is the thinner one. Yeah, it is. Oh, shrink. You don't know Adam Savage? You haven't never seen Mythbusters? That is pretty unusual, I would say. Think. I don't know, maybe it isn't. Let's split this in half. Okay, I'm gonna be standing up again anyway, because it's easier to cut this. Sorry if that sounded really weird, but that was a surprise. I thought most people had seen Mythbusters and knew who Adam Savage was. I got surprised. That is all. Well, well, yeah, I know better of him from that, I think too. I know of him because of Mythbusters, but I know more about him because of his own like YouTube stuff. Yeah. Oh, cool. You're from all over the place. Well, I guess when we go back to it, a lot of us are, because I know my grandfather on my father's side uh, that I never knew uh, ever was German, and my grandmother on my father's side was from Norway. So, some random size cutting of the bricks and stones. And yeah, that is very true. Not everybody remember everybody's name. And not everybody knows who everybody is just because a lot of people know, of course. Yes, messing up the surfaces a bit and getting rid of the sharp corners as usual. Yeah, because these days, of course, there's no Mythbusters, but Adam Savage has a YouTube channel that is called Adam Savage Tested, where he does things. Well, not just him, but mostly him does build stuff. Yeah, he's got a lot of good tricks and tips and stuff, and he talks about everything and shows off some of his collection of stuff. And yeah, yeah, it's all good fun. There's a lot of other cool people working, I guess, for him, with him, uh, showing model building and stuff. Like cutting my way out of the camera. I would of course upgrade my axe because it's an axe and it's much cooler. That would be me. Maybe you can chop trees more efficiently and save time on that, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's what it's for. Sounds like a Stardew Valley thing. I have no idea because I don't know anything about the game basically. It's just a, I think it's just a quick way to say this is my heritage instead of like going this is my heritage and then sort of I think for me it feels like it's an implied thing that like that's what we're talking about. But that's just my idea. I do understand. I understand what you mean because the technicality of it is that. But yeah, no. And especially it's oh, especially American, I think, because it's compared to some other nations, fairly young country, and so just not many generations ago. Uh, so yeah, I never really thought about it, to be honest. Why people say that. Yeah. Well, it is about you, so whatever you are comfortable, most comfortable with, should be good. You know. Oh, scratchy, 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 scratchy. And squeeze. Yeah, but depending also how far back you go, I guess everybody is in the end, because especially if we're talking about countries, because countries, I mean, they don't come and go often, but technically they come and go, and we like sort of made them up. We're really good at making people really, really. Yeah, I mean, like my grandparents are from Norway, and my grandparents on my mother's side, however, are both from Sweden, and all of their parents are from Sweden, as far as I know. And then I actually don't know. Also, haven't really bothered looking into it too much because it's not super. I mean, it's fun when you get to know it, but I'm not interested enough to start digging into it. Basically, is what I'm saying. I have too many dice towers that I need to build. I can't do any sort of research on my ancestors unless they were also making dice towers. Then it would be valid. I don't have time otherwise. Then again, maybe one of my ancestors made the first dice tower in the world, and I could use that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of traditions and uh, things like that involved in where and why you come from, or your ancestors. I guess it's because for me, I never defined myself by like who anybody else in my family ever was. I've always defined myself like I'm me. Uh, like I get along with my mother, but I wouldn't if I wouldn't be getting along with my mother, I probably wouldn't like have so much contact with her, because there's like no point. So, so I'm not particularly uh, family oriented like that, or relative oriented actually, I should say. Family, family is good because family you can actually choose. Relatives, like blood relatives, you can't really choose that. That's like so out of our control that 'cause you don't get to decide who your kids are going to be. You don't get to decide, obviously, who your parents are going to be because, you don't exist when they start doing the things to make babies. I can imagine that could be a very weird subject if you're German, actually. Slightly sensitive. I can absolutely understand that. No, I've always been more about the individual than like anything else. Probably because I had to do that, had to do with how like I grew up and stuff. And well, obviously because that's where most of the things sort of start to define you, how you grew up and what your experiences in life are. Yeah, I feel pretty connected with your family too. I like it. I like your family. You know, like in all the general senses. Uh, and as I said, I like family. Family is a good thing because family you can choose. Uh, blood relatives, not so much. It's a little bit trickier to try and choose that. Alright, since we can't put this down on the side because this is not quite set yet, we're gonna have to do the gluing. Oh, sorry for knocking about the camera. We have to do the gluing this way. I like traditions if I don't like traditions because of, oh, this is the tradition we have, so we have to do it. I like traditions that I like things. It's not just tradition. I like things that I like, not because I have to. Because it's like, you're from this part of the country, you need to you have to have a favorite hockey team, and it has to be this one because they're from your city. That is the most alien thing to me. I could have just why did I pour the glue on there? I could just pour the glue on here. Silly pixel. Force of habit. Force of habit. But I always been one of those annoying people who goes, soon somebody says something, I'm like, why? Like, but that's the way it is. But why? People go, but this is why. I like asking why. Oh, actually, I can probably do this. Let's bring you up a little bit. There we go. And these have been cut on both sides. Oh yeah, I should have made textures on both sides so I didn't have to. Oh, that's not what I want. Well, I guess we're gonna have to retexture some of this then anyway, as I thought. Yeah, I have like four cousins, and I have no idea where any of them lives right now or do what they do with their lives. Talking about blood relatives, it's like I have no idea. That's just, oh God, people. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's just, oh God, that's oh. Ah, on behalf of the human race, I am very sorry. One of my favorite ex-co-workers is German, and she's like 90 years old now. Talking about old Germany. It's very interesting to listen to people that have been through things like that. Yeah, especially online and in online games where people are just like, I can say whatever I want and get away with it because there is no real consequence to it. It's we're just, yeah, a person. Oh my God, that that was not the best human being that you met. Jeez, what a, well, let's not call people names. Just imagine the horriblest name you can call somebody in your head, and that's what I'm calling him, her, them, whoever this person was. That's just wrong on so many levels. And I'm just so confused about like when people like not even online, let's just like somebody walks up to somebody and they're like hear that you're from, well, let's say Germany then, and they go say stuff like that. And it's like, I don't know. I just can't. Um, I don't understand. Hi, I'm from Texas. Oh, so you only like barbecue? It's like weird things. And I mean, that's not really super horrible because barbecues are nice, but still, just stereotyping and yeah, well, I can't guess a person like that could be anything but a douchebag in any other case, actually. How weird would that be? It's like, here's the genuinely nicest person in the world. He's super nice and he helps people and he helps kittens. But he calls everybody from Germany Nazi. What? Wait. Yeah. He's nice in every other way. It's like, no, that's not gonna. No. I mean, that's like the benchmark for, okay, we know that you're an idiot now. You don't have to talk anymore. Jeez. Well, on behalf of all even decent human being and men on the planet Earth, I apologize for that because somebody has to because that's just no, no, nope. That person needs something. Yeah, yeah. It's like you can't say to anybody, say, "I'm Russian." It's like, okay, could you please stop making wars? Like, okay, I live in a country. I'm not even in the military. But nope, you're a warmonger. It's like, what? No, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's we are getting close to it being 100 years ago, and it's not like it's the identity of a nation to begin with. It's just yeah, people can't live with them. You're not allowed to shoot them unless you're a soldier and you go to war, of course, because then you're apparently allowed to. I don't know. I don't know. Let's build styrofoam things. Look, I'm making a dice tower. It's gonna be fun and cute. I might put a cute little purple, like pink kitten somewhere on it, just to make it extra cute. Oh, I should do it. I should put like a little cat thingy up here. I need to find a little cat thingy. I have small cat thingies everywhere. I don't collect cats myself per se, but my mother does. So every time I like go to a whatever any kind of store and I see something like a cat plushie or a porcelain cat that I don't like immediately recognize, I'm like, this is kind of cheap. I'm gonna buy this just to have it so I can give it to my mother when it's her birthday or like randomly just giving her a cat to be nice. Also, don't forget to drink. Well, water is good, but fluids of some kind. I recommend water if you have tasty water. I have just done science. You still can't breathe water. Confirmed. Well, it's not very efficient anyway. I mean, technically it contains oxygen, but no. Oh, we're coming up on the next 2 hour benchmark. So the question is, do I stay or do I go now? Do I just take a short break and then keep doing this? I have a lot. I want to keep doing this. I'm enjoying this. I like your company. You're nice peoples. I'm having fun. I need a longer stone for that one. Does this batch have any longer stones? Oh yeah, we could do that. But that's still not water, so it's just the actual water that I'm concerned with. Oxygen enriched superfluids might work, but I don't think water will ever work unless we're like turning to fish people, turn back to fishes again. It's like go backwards a bit in the evolution. We crawl back into the sea. Yeah, and as I said, you can see these one protruding out a little bit too much, but once this is cured, we're just gonna cut them off. Just gonna cut them off. Oh, this glue is getting tacky. Oh no, I'm in Sweden, Northern Europe, Sweden. I am a Swedish dude. Well, if you want to be like that, Ratsa, okay, we're all in a bit of a state of confusion. We're okay, now I'm really confused. What the hell is that? What is that? Okay, I need to see what is this. That is a quack. I like that. I really, I, I really like that emote. Wag, 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 wag. I'm a wagging duck. And then it waddled away. Yeah, we're gonna stay a while. I don't know if I'm gonna take an actual break. Constant state of anxiety, yeah. That's not horrible Swedish skills. I don't know why you want 2 beers and there should not be an R in the third word. It's also a little bit sort of rude way. It's like I will have, like I want, give it to me basically. So if you wanna buy a couple of beers, you should say I would like, and it's something like I would like to have 2 beers. You can say jag vill ha 2 öl, tack. Jag vill ha. Welcome to Swedish with Pixel, because that's what we're doing today apparently. Well, if you ever make your way. Also, a good thing about speaking English if you come to Sweden is that like 95% of the population speaks pretty good English because it's a mandatory second language in school. So You don't really have to unless you want to learn another country's language like that, another language, uh, because it's cool to know more languages. It is actually a thing I have contemplated in my life, and that's how I don't know, unfortunate, I guess. I don't know. People born in English-speaking countries are because they get to learn English, which is sort of the international language. So you don't like when there's options to learn, like Spanish and stuff, sure, but that's options, right? In Sweden, everybody reads Swedish and English, so we are automatically bilingual. And then there's usually an option for French, Spanish, or German, like from seventh grade to ninth grade and up. So yeah, trying to learn Korean. Yeah, and we also do a thing that I know we don't do a thing that I know that Germany is quite famous for. We don't dub anything. Everything except for small children's programs is actually subtitled. So we hear a lot of English because of Hollywood TV, movies, films, whatnot, and TV shows. So we are exposed to it quite a lot. And I don't know how that's in Germany now, actually. You know that better than me, obviously, being German. Uh, but I know that it's been a subject discussed before that they like to dub things, so everything sounds like German. Well, that's Terminator, so that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. So I mean, I'm, I'm just gonna go with that could work. I have seen. Oh God, I don't even remember his name. Old school actor, not Cary Grant. Who am I talking about? John Wayne. I have seen John Wayne in German. No, no, but it sort of fits, you know, because he's got a pretty heavy accent there. Oh, that's a shiny bit on the outside. Everything is still up, yeah. No, so the advantage of not having anything dubbed is, of course, you get to read the subtitles, you understand what they're saying, and you can hear how they talk because a language is so much more than just a vocabulary and understanding. It's a lot. It's a very cultural thing as well. Oh, that's wrong side out. You're not gonna be used then. That is why a lot of Swedish people speaking English sounds like this, because they're using the phonetics and the rhythm of the language of Swedish when they speak English, and then it sounds something like this, which is perfectly fine because it's understandable, but you can definitely hear it's not a native English speaking person. And it has to do with the rhythm and stuff. Rhythm and stuff. Yes, we do good language lessons here as well. Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's true. If you study German, looking at German television would be good. It's when it comes to Swedish Hollywood stars kid. Oh, was it like one of the Skarsgårds or something? Not one of their kids? I don't know. I haven't seen it. You find it rather charming? Well, I guess. My second advantage is I have been spending like 17 years working tourism, and we get a lot of, you know, non-Swedish people, Swedish-speaking people. So you have to speak another language, and then it is English. So I do get a little bit of practice. Yeah, it sounds like it could be because they still like, as far as I know, live in Sweden, most of them. So their kids would probably be quite Swedified. Less civilized Feywilds. Picking out the stones, picking out the stones, picking out the stones. Oh, this one actually needs to be corrected right away because it sticks out too much. Let's hope the glue has set enough. It has not. We're gonna have to try and hold it in place while we cut it. It's kind of working. Yeah, it kind of works. That kind of works. Let's smash some glue on there. Oh god, the stone above it is the same thing. Who did the previous side of this house? Totally sloppy work there on the edges. I should fire someone. Oh wait, that's not really gonna work. Do we speak that much Swedish actually? I'm not sure if I even do that anymore. I actually haven't really considered how much of what is what. It's such a mixture. Keeps the Swedish talk to your rats. Yep, that sounds about right. I actually speak English to my cats as well, so I mean, the best thing about being in the workshop now as well and not being home that I won't get any annoying people knocking on the door wanting to borrow the bathroom because we're friends and they're in the town for the cruising because it's the last of April and there's a big cruising event in the town and there's so many some really pretty cool looking nice pretty cars but lots of cars. And so far as I know the cats have not learned to answer the door, which is a pretty good thing. I like this wall better than this one because it has some really long protruding stones, but I think it's all gonna look good. It used to be most English. Typical, coming and ruining my trying to become Englified or something. I don't know. I think there was a joke in there, but I lost it. I lost my joke. Well, I only use Cura, so for me that's the best. It's nice and easy to deal with. I've never really had any issues with it, so that one, oh, this one should protrude actually. That shouldn't be a small piece like this. Don't listen to the Cure people. Listen to us. Come join us. We have sort of a makerspace club thingy that's starting up in the town here, in the city, and they actually have a Prusa printer. And if I'm gonna buy another FDM printer, I'm gonna buy one of those because it's so quiet, it's so nice, it's self-leveling. It's just like when you start it, and it goes like, I am perfectly straight now. Print on me. It's just magic. So if I need to buy another FDM, I'm gonna splurge the money on a Prusa. That is for sure. Yeah, we have a circuit at that uh, makerspace club thingy. I don't really know what to call it. It's not really a done deal yet. There is machines and stuff in place. It's just a bit of organization to get it done. So there's a processor printer. There is a little circuit thingy, and there is a big box called a laser cutter. So I'm really excited about getting access to those things. Yeah, 460. Yeah, true. That is true. That is true. It can. Yeah. I haven't done anything except starting using putting on a glass bed on my printer. Otherwise, it's just as it was. My Ender 3, well, Ender 3 Pro, and it's just a workhorse. I mean, if you don't want to splurge out a lot of money on a 3D printer, you're gonna have to put in some work putting them together and stuff like that. It can be worth it. But yeah, if I need a new FDM, I want to get something a bit more finished from the start. And have tried this Prusa one that they have at the makerspace thingy. It's so nice. It is so nice. But mostly I want a resin printer by now. And I need to buy some new hardware parts for my second computer so I don't have to bring a computer back and forth out here all the time because it's a little bit annoying. So that's what I'm saving up for right now. Hardware parts, some computer parts, and then a new microphone for the workshop here so I don't have to wear these and talk through this. I can just have like a good microphone. That's gonna be glorious. It is going to be glorious. Because this gets kind of warm on my head. Oh yeah. Oh my. Haven't punched this in. Is that the thing? No. Didn't I? That's not the command I made. Okay. What the hell did I? Uh, I made a command for like. Because last week I put up a code for my on my Etsy. If anything, anybody wanted something from there, and it actually this is the last day for that code to be valid. Uh, There's the link to the Etsy store. I just need to remember it's not sales. My brain just froze. I don't know what the word is. I guess I could open Stream Elements and look in the list because there is a discount code. Oh, discount. Hey, there we go. Somebody's got the brain. Thank you. I couldn't literally not. I knew that was what I wrote, but I did not remember what the actual word was. I lost the word completely. Oh, there. And now the bot also comes and tosses out there. Yeah. There's not so much terrain thingies. There's no terrain thingies. There's just like masks and hats and props and stuff right now on the Etsy store actually. That I'm trying to clear out a little bit because it's been there for a bit and I want to get some new stuff into the Etsy store. And I also want to get some computer parts, as mentioned. But if you want that, today is the last day of that discount code. Dun, dun, dun. Soon 2 walls in. Oh, that's a very small one. I'm gonna need to bring my airbrush back to the workshop to paint this because painting this with a brush is gonna be actually it's not gonna get in there. I'm gonna have to paint it with really wet paint. That's what I'm gonna have to do to get the paint to go in between all of that. You could do the trick of taking some, if you don't use this, if you use like a normal PVA glue and mix some paint into your PVA glue and use that, and then you get like a nice background color all of a sudden. Yeah, you have to take so many pictures and there's so many things to do. Indeed. You should be responsible with your money. I approve of this. Well, I'll make more masks if they sell out sometime. So it's always there's always later. There's always later. two walls, 50%, well, more than 50% because the front wall isn't a cone wall because it's actually open like that. I don't know what you're gonna do here. I was thinking maybe we should have cut this open more. You can do that actually. Make like a arched gate sort of thing since it's sort of medieval-ish. But yeah, it takes time to make things this way. Yeah, it's just like white wood glue. Any sort of like white wood glue is basically PVA glue. It's just a sort of a catch-all name, or it's all the same thing, mostly. The difference with this is that it dries quicker, hence the name quick glue. But yeah, those are PVA glues. Mostly, usually white. There are some transparent versions. Oh, let's keep going a little. Let's keep going at least to 7. Let's see what's up. Some really big flat ones. We'll remove those. There we go. Looks like a nice wall waiting to happen. And spread the glue. And let's do the layer of the things. Yeah, and PVA glue, if it's like on a smooth like plastic surface that doesn't have like scratches and stuff in it, it's like on my fingers. Like you can literally peel it off. It will absorb into paper and things, and like you won't ever be able to tear that apart. But otherwise, using it as a masking fluid works. You can also just buy latex masking fluids uh, if you really want an actual masking fluid to cover things up. It goes out there, so not here. Okay. Because both of those will cure and let you paint over them. If you're airbrushing things, you don't even have to do that. You can just use whatever that is sticky and won't run off. Oh yeah, exactly. If you're gonna use wet paint on it, make sure to know if it is water soluble or not. Otherwise, you might end up having a really sad bad day. Oh, so many stones. It's gonna be super pretty. I mean, this is not the first time I do this. I know exactly there. I'm pretty confident in how the result is gonna be. But sometimes, like in the middle of the project, it's just like, oh my God, can this be done soon? But this isn't the craziest thing I put tiny little stones on. If you go to my Instagram, I think it's like 3 posts ago, so it's pretty recent. I put up a picture of a gaming table I made some ages ago now, like I don't know, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years. I don't know. I don't remember. Long time ago. You can see that. That's a whole Malifaux gaming table. That's 90 by 90 centimeters, or for you overseas people, 3 by 3 feet ish. And it's literally covered in stones like this, and then there's actually a cobblestone road, like basically like the cobblestone on the piece that we're making. If you want to see the level of dedication and what you can do with your a little bit higher level of dedication to make a gaming table. A city gaming table board made from tiny little stones out of plastic. Yeah, you see, we're gonna get some holes there, but as I mentioned, once this is cured, we're gonna put in some small bits. We're gonna trim off some protruding bits, and it all will be fine. Boopy doopy doo doo. Protrude, protrude. Okay, so this one is gonna protrude. Okay, then we can use some smaller ones. One smalls, one rectangular shapy things. There we go. Just a theory I just had. You should probably always start with the front page and then wrap it around. So if there's any unevenness between the sides, you're not going to notice it as much because you're going to see this side much more. Hmm, never thought about that. Let's add some more glue. Glue, glue, glue. How quick does quick glue dry? Well, I'm gluing over the old glue here, which is tacky, but not very, it doesn't adhere very well to it. So it dries quick enough to, while I'm doing this little part, it dries, cures too quickly for it to be of any use. The reason why it takes so long for the foundation to get stuck there properly is of course because we're mashing it in between two pieces of plastic, and it cures by evaporation, so, or condensation rather, and which means it needs air around it, and we're basically encasing it in plastic, so it takes a little bit longer. Your sensor holders are almost done. All right. Good work, printer. You have made your species, the 3D printer people, proud. Did I speak too soon now? Did I jinx your print? Did I make your printer explode? Sorry. I mean, seriously? This is probably one of the weirdest hobbies in the world. Oh, that's a very long one. I'll save you for later. So, who's the weirdest then? And it feels no actual function. Okay. Who is the weirdest? Am I the weirdest that likes to do this? Like literally, I don't know how long time we've spent on this. We can actually check that later. That's good. That's the good thing about streaming it. I can check the time consumptions. But am I the weird one or are you guys the weird ones? That's the question here. Who's the weirdest? The guy doing it or the people actually literally I don't know, some of you might not even be watching the screen, I guess, but watching me doing this? Or are we just weird together? I'm gonna go we're weird together. Okay, I'm the weirdest. Okay, well, you have like an army of rats that you can send to attack me, I guess. So I guess I'll have to listen. I mean, I would be, they would be so adorable. I couldn't just like say no because rats are like adorable. Or we're weirdest together. Oh, it's different kinds of weird. Oh, we don't need to make it a competition. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I'll be my kind of weird over here in my weird corner, and you be like your kind. Yeah, okay, okay. You agree? Okay, well, there's apparently an advantage to being the weirdest, so I'll take it. Oh no, I rode my bike out. Okay, cool, cool. Because I was just going like, oh crap, I was supposed to finish before 6 o'clock because then I could have had a ride into town because Tom is going into town because he's a first aid guy and well, I'm guessing people are gonna trip over their own feet being drunk tonight, so he's gonna have to bandage people up, I guess. But I'm having the bike, so I'm gonna ride the bike. Ride a bike. I don't have to bother. And this is when the professional, you know, historian, castle person comes into the stream and points out that this is completely wrong in every sense of the way. Because you know what? Most castles or castle-ish structures back in the days didn't look like this at all. We're just basing our expectations of what we can see when we see ruined or old castles. Most old castles, because their status symbol, would be plastered, and usually not just in a white plaster, actually colored plasters. So this is like a new structure that is being made to look like a ruin sort of thing. Because I mean, who builds a fancy castle to scream that is supposed to scream, "I'm the coolest, richest dude around. Bow to me," and then they don't actually make it pretty. You took out spring roll and you put it on the kitchen counter. Forgot about them. Well, You remember them now? Oh, maybe I should do some spring rolls when I come home. I should stop by a store and buy some ice cream on my way home. That's what I should do. Yes, yes, it's your bike. But you're not here and I am using the bike. So as a user thingy, it is currently in my usage. I don't know. Did I say my bike? I thought I said the bike. Or maybe I said my bike. I don't know. Well, if you can be here within 30 minutes to collect the bike, it's yours. You're telling me I said my bike? Am I gonna have to go and watch my own VODs to figure out if that is true? No, I won't. Well, I guess I said my bike. Maybe the bike moved over to me now because I don't know. That's not even a joke in there. That's just not. 12 hours. What, no, no. 12-hour stream hype? No. No 12-hour streams, please. I don't want to totally ruin my body and health and voice and things and stuff. Yeah, the general area. Exactly. You have to get here and you have to find out where I am. So that's why I'm like confidently being able to say that. That's the trick. That's the thing. Well, I didn't say until the stream ended. I said within half an hour. Doesn't matter if I stream for 5 days in a row now. I said you had 30 minutes. It might coincide with me ending the stream, but it's not a conditional clause of the agreement for the bike possession. And since it's actually Antea's bike, I'm also very confident that she will not divulge my exact location, because I'm pretty sure she wants to keep her bike. So, hey, I got it covered. You will have to extend the deadline by a few weeks. Let me think about. No. Well, but if it's your bike, how can you? Well, if you're here within 30 minutes, it's not stolen. Then I've given it to you. Then I have stolen it, I guess, from her. But I know. Yeah, as I said, I'm pretty confident you won't be able to make it in time, which is, of course, why I gave such a lofty and sweet, sweet promise of bikiness. Because I knew you would not be able to get here in time to obtain the bike in question, which means I can still bike home and I don't have to try and explain to Antea why I gave away her bike. especially since she's like listening to this conversation. Egenmäktigt förfarande. Well, if I take it and I give it away, that's actually theft because I'm not keeping it or using it for a limited period of time without your consent. I'm literally giving it away. But the offer is, of course, rescinded because you have said that you couldn't do it in time, so there's no point in having it. Yeah, I should fix my bike too. It's in the next room. But it has some fixings that needs to be done, and it's super annoying because of horrible bike design. And every time I think about it, I just want to go to Italy and smack somebody on the head. I think it was Italian. I don't know. I bought it as an auction. It was like a preview show off bike from some kind of a fair or whatever. It's like, oh, look at our cool new model of a bike. And then they sold it at an auction for super cheap, and I got a good mountain bike for no money at all. The problem is it's designed by somebody who's not smart, in only in one sense, and it's the cables for the gear shift are actually. I should actually just buy a second hand bike. Actually, we should just fix up your green bike, and we'll have two of your bikes, and that's you know. We have some. Don't ever buy a elcykel from Biltema though. Not like ever. We have them at work. They're horrible. They don't hold charges or anything, and they're trash. Otherwise, electrical bicycles. Awesome! It's super nice because like, oh, I have to go uphill, and you can just like go do do do, and it just helps you up the hill anyway. So it's super nice, but it's yeah, the Biltema ones were really like a couple of things broke the first thing that happened, but otherwise, electrical bikes like electrical bikes that helps you get up hills and whatever, and yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty neat. They're neat. Hmm. If I do a little bit longer, I could actually put some stones on the front as well. We'll see. We'll finish this side and then I'll take a leg stretcher and contemplate my life choices. That one. So that one is actually supposed to protrude. Okay. Point it out a bit and a small bit. It's like two lines left on this side now. Two lines. Two rows. Would probably be a much better word to describe what you're actually doing. It's too tall now, you can't see. Here we go. Now you can see. You're welcome. Okay, so we have come to the conclusion about the giveaway that we can't do a dice tower like or something like this for a giveaway because I can't. Well, depending on how long the streaming is, and if I start with something like this, I guess I might be able to finish it in a stream unless I glue everything to my fingers. But yeah, I mean, some it should also be something that a lot of people can have use for or like or something. And I mean, dice towers are useful. This is just not a decorative piece, it's a useful and a decorative piece of thing. Then again, it's something I'm planning for 500 followers, and I'm like at just under 300 now or something like that. So i- it's a bit further into the future for sure. Don't like the wood planky ones so much. Oh, making it like this. I have never 3D printed a dice tower. I don't have a. No. I am a fan of weird and unsymmetrical things, so 3D printed dice towers is not a thing for me. Definitely building it like this. Maybe if I get a big enough resin printer so I can print a decent sized dice tower, I would like it as well if I can just put padding in it. Because otherwise the sound is a deal breaker for me, for sure. Good that you be giving it away then. Why would I be giving away a 3D printed tower? You can get those like everywhere. It's nothing fun. Should I just... So you want me to have like a 2 day stream where we just like watch the... Everybody just watch the printer print the dice tower? Because the point was to make it during the stream. I know that you're joking and I'm just making a joke about a joke. Just squishing these on here. Oh, the wood plank. Tower with the wood planks. Ah. But that doesn't mean I don't have to make it and I don't like them, so still. Still, I joke about the joke. Yep, that could be doable. Then again, both my things earlier has been props that are not very useful just for decorative, unless you're like specifically gonna use them for some kind of a cosplay or costume. So I don't know. Probably a dice tower, or the second option is, of course, the winner of the giveaway. Like we do a little bit longer stream, kind of like today, but even longer. And for like the first hour, we're just doing random stuff, and then we have a raffle, and the winner gets to choose like, I mean, not completely free, but some kind of a idea for their dice tower. So you can actually make it to some specifications. Could also work. Or I make one and people go like, oh, I like that. I want to be in on this giveaway. I don't know. Do, 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 do. But this is looking pretty good. There's some small holes that we are gonna fill in some places. We might cut off like this one that is protruding a lot. And then we have the front side. We're gonna build up the bigger ones like a crenation on the tower top here. We're gonna put some flagstones on that. He refreshed and got an ad. Oh, oh, oh my God. Freeze? I kind of wanna. but I don't think I should. Oh my god, that was a huge droppy frames. We are going into the red at some part. Wow. Thanks Twitch or internet or whatever. Thanks everybody. No, I haven't dropped that many frames before, but it started now. But that's fine because we are coming up on like a 5 hour mark anyway. And ah, we're gonna play some D&D tomorrow, so I need to like sleep and stuff. Yeah, the connection here has been a bit iffy for sure. Well, yeah. Is there anybody that we can sort of go visit and raid maybe? Oh god, I had my phone in my pocket. My phone is what gives me my internet out here, which is usually quite stable. I thought it was out in the window where it usually is. I must have left it. I must have left it in my pocket when I took some pictures. That's why my leg is so warm. A very warm, hard-working phone. Oh, look at that. It's all in the green now. No, there's no see you later, actually, my freedom from marsh friends, because I am going to quit for today. Is there anybody? No, I don't really have. Go look at somebody else. I'll raid somebody later on at some point in the stream schedule, but I'm way too tired to bother right now. So thank you everybody for today. It's been great. We've been getting quite a lot of work done on a completely new project. Yes, it is time for the Pixel to bike now. Well, in a while, I'm gonna have to pick everything up because, as I said, I have to bring my computer back and forth, which is super annoying. But I'm just like one hard drive and one copy of Windows away from that, and I can have one computer here and I can have one computer at home, and it's gonna be. You have a raid suggestion? Oh, okay, you have to do this. Okay, okay. What's your suggestion? Who should we raid? Who should we raid? Raid, 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 raid. Who's that? I have no idea who that is. What do they do? Yeah, no, I'm way too tired to socialize with people anyway and say hi, and I have to run and run. So uh, I'll prep something maybe for next time and doing that. Let's prep to put this away. Don't have to. Not gonna clean this all up, but anyway, that is also an issue. Might just fail anyway. Right, all right, all right. That's 5 hours ish or so of streaming. That's like an hour more than usual. Maybe it's the new standard. I like it. Thank you, everybody, for very interesting conversations today and for hanging around, for watching things being built and things not being built. And you should go put chocolate on the cake pops. Bye. Talk to you later, and I will see everybody else later as well as we are switching over to the ended stream because now the stream has ended. Goodbye, and thank you, everybody.